It should be fixed now. I guess considering hard start on softcore, I think it's gonna feel pretty decent on softcore unless your goal is do 17 as soon as possible. If that's your goal, I don't know if it's gonna have the damage for it early on, but for everything else, I'm pretty sure it's gonna feel really good. You'll die every now and then, but that's okay. What does Hydro give? It's a clustering, extra mind over matter, a bunch of mana scaling, a fuck ton of ES for defense, and 100% increased area effect. I like Necro for it too. Kind of. Your full commit Necro. How do you actually do your corpse stuff? Like, are you spell slinging Tornado and Dead Chain Reaction? And then I assume you're just like not playing Mind Over Matter? It's softcore only, I think, until like hyper endgame. Whispers comes early. That's an Uber item with a 1% drop rate, brother. Wait, spell slinging this instead of just putting it in a wand? That's rough. Softcore trade, you ain't pressing that button. No, I figured you put it in a wand that casts out on its own every 8 seconds. For all 3 offerings. Because the wand is pretty smart usually, and it doesn't like go on cooldown unless it actually gets used. Why do I have so many points spare right now? You have its own prefix. Yeah, don't you just do like tier 1 attack speed, spell damage, mana, and then multi-mod pen trigger? That's fair, Jung. And when you're playing Whispers, you're basically doing full chaos. That's how I saw a lot of clustering builds last patch. They were just like stacking mana, but then just not even caring about the fizz. Just doing full chaos. Malice full chaos? Oh, that's... So one of the ones I looked at wasn't using Malice. They literally just had like 20% damage staying as fizz. But yeah, no, that makes sense. You definitely want to, I forgot about that. I forgot you can just always convert to chaos for free from fizz with that. That's only from fizz, right? No, I don't have party bullshit in this here, right? One of the things about Slammer that I don't like is, at least so far, we haven't seen a single rune graft that is good for Slammer. I don't even know what. Sorry, I didn't mean rune graft. I meant arm graft. What are these things called? The problem with the magma shit when you work right near it, and the other spike one, are both just damaging events. They're not buffs, so they're just damaging events. And they only happen when you use a Warcry, which means auto exert doesn't work. The one we've seen that is good is the Molten Shell one. So we'll have 2 Molten Shells. You think you can use 2 of the same one and they won't do weird shit? Like, the Slammer one looks good. I like the Slammer one. With the Molten Shell. Sorry, not the Slammer one, the Molten Shell one. But I doubt you can use 2 of them. 2 of the same. I'd be surprised. My Void Axe, I am a speed addict. I want to go fast. Sorry, I have to go fast. Vampire Corrupted Blood. This is Divine Flesh, right? No, Corrupted Soul is the name, I forgot. I'm not Despot. Void Axe requires 10 less dexterity and is still really fast, but not the extra dexterity is the main thing. And I think we typically want to keep faster attacks a little lower level to keep us on the 76 dexterity value. Arc trade? I don't think so. It's 6/6. Am I missing any links? I don't think I am. Yeah, Seismic Rise intentionally kept it lower quality. The way you want your Warcries to work is you have your most important Warcry 20 quality. Generalist Cry doesn't matter, it has no quality that does anything for us. And then you want your remaining 4 Warcries to have different qualities, so they desync. So what I do is 20, 0, and then like 15, 5. Or I think 15, 10 actually is what we do. Instead of being 0, I think it's typically 10. So it's 20, 15, 10, 5 to give us different cooldowns. There's probably some better math on that, where instead of doing like the same difference in all of them, you probably would want like 20, like 16, 11, and like 4 or something, just so they resync less often, but I don't care that much. Why do you want that? The way Earthshatter works is when a Warcry happens, it pops spikes. So you want non-stop Warcries constantly going off, which is why we use Generalist Cry. It's a super low cooldown, just so that you never have to care about your spikes. They always insta-pop, because you're always just spamming Warcries non-stop. And that's what makes Earthshatter actually like feel good to play. Like when you first start mapping, they're not desynced, but then quickly it's like, this is what your Warcries look like. So anytime you attack, there's just instantly a Warcry to pop a spike. Like they're just always exploding with no effort on your end. Sync up your rage degens. On Zerker it never degens just because we have Grave Slaughter. And General's Car on its own always guarantees never degens, but Force Walk may play for the spikes. That'd be so funny if that worked. But I do kind of want to have more recovery on this build, which I think would mean speccing in the end game, speccing less for Carnage, I think. So there's no more rune grafts to do anything. These last 3 points, it's like Furious Assault. Weapon not linked. Yeah. How to do it Deogen with the Hyro. You have a bunch of leech. Your ES should cover your life pool before you step out of the degen, you leech through it. And then if it goes through your ES, you still have ES leech and mana leech in your life pot. Oh no, slam builds don't press as many buttons nowadays. I still press a lot of buttons, but it's not like constant buttons. Like playing slams is Blood Rage start of the map, Leap Slam, and Earth Shatter. And whenever you get to a tanky monster that you have to care about, you press your Rallying Cry. And then that's it. But the full auto exert stuff means you are kind of chilling. The downside being reserving so much mana this way means you're not using the best aura in the game, like Flesh and Stone and Arctic Armor and stuff, which we kind of want to use in the end game on these builds, but who needs it? But if I could easily fit in Flesh and Stone, I would fucking love that. I'm pretty sure it's possible. Yeah, this one has a step-by-step thing. It's in my 3.26 tree on my spreadsheet. Attack mastery for big manners and sand skills? Kind of, but you would just spec into normal reductions instead if you wanted to do that. If you want, you can absolutely manually cast some of the war cries. And I think most people do that. Like Karn self-casts so many fucking war cries, I think Alk is similar. Because you really want to run Flesh and Stone Sand Stance on like everything. If you're gonna self-cast War Cries, you have to come over here and get a Admonisher for War Cry speed. And it's just like a good node anyways, because you have so many War Cries blasting off. Attack mastery. I mean, I think often have this pathing instead of this pathing on Slammer, and then you can grab Brinkmanship for the mastery here. I forgot how we even do endurance charges in this character though. Because right now, isn't it literally only Enduring Cry? Buster. Why does it skip Tempest Blast? It runs out of points. I want to clip those points for sure, but it's hard to. I don't think anything here gives it. Is this character different than that build? Oh, we played an execrable, right? I thought we played an execrable with echoes, but I wasn't sure. There's only 4 allies now because we no longer have our merc friend. Rest in peace, merc. About 5 tigers. We're not critting. Where's Alok? I think he's bored. Man, I couldn't gems today sucks. Feels bad. Any bigs today? Yeah, there was a few changes to both the Ascendancies and Breach Swords out. Map modifiers don't affect your minions, only affect monsters. Virtual Ascend's okay. The thing is, like, 2 points to take 50% less damage taken from everything is a good Ascendancy. 2 points to take it from only some things, less so. So it's really only good for, it's only like top tier for Sublime Vision, full convert to fire builds. Yeah, if I was in softcore, I'm for sure playing Carnage over Defy Pain. No pops this season. I'll put them all in the spreadsheet soon. I was kind of waiting for gym info before making any actual pops, because, you know, just don't really know how good certain things are going to be. I'm pretty sure if I need a slammer, this is probably the goal. I think currently it's not having Red of Rune Spect. Hail. This character's missing the proper craft on gear to not need that mastery. It's missing this whole section up here. Doesn't have a lot of meaning. Has unwavering clicked. And still has Wrecking Ball. Do we have Wrecking Ball on this POB? Damn, we don't. It's fine. Monster Life and crit. And Impale? Oh, wish my Divine Shield was better. play some chieftain like fire res stacking slam build. It can be like a really sick endgame version of slams. Go fucking damn. For only one tank mod, it's a small tank mod too. Just do no damn. Bleed better. Yeah, I mean, bleed kills that guy faster. Just, it's so weird. It's like you literally one-shot rares without even seeing them, and the boss takes a minute to kill. They just like overlap. It's way faster to do that. I've never really tried before. I wonder how easily he moves. Oh my god, it's Sam Nameless here. Believe make it fast. Ow. Slayer could help with that. Like Slayer bleed to make it fast by going for speed bolt leeching clusters. How many days from Leagues of Skier? This is like 3, probably. It's like 3-ish. And it's like stuff on hardcore, like full blasting. How many hours is a better question? Last time during the restart race, it was like 27 hours played to kill the Ubers required to have the helmet. And the rest of the gear isn't that hard, so like 40 hours played, is my guess. Also, Mark for Death just fucking melts me. The problem with the wall strap, it feels very hard to dodge shit on the wall. Love drowning orbs though. You start with an attack animation in a drowning orb, the only counterplay is just to log out. 2 after 3 monthly distant moves. I don't think you realize how much life these bosses have. It's like more than 3 times that. Now he has way more than 110 mil. I think he's closer to like 200 or something. It's 110 mil on POEDB, but those numbers are never right. Thing is, I'm pretty sure even if I spent 1 minute fighting this boss on this character, I would still finish a T17 map faster than a bleed build that theoretically killed it in 10 seconds. I only have 50 overwhelm on this map, or on this character. Thank you, boy. Proper tanky essence. Oh no, it's because I have the right deal no damage map mod. The shit without the rune graft is so bad. With the rune graft, for 30% faster expiration rate, it's like much more tolerable. Even just PDR kind of fucks me because we just don't have the overwhelm. Yeah, being in the corner, I'm getting hit by so many lasers in the corner. And then saw blades mean I can't stay in the corner. It's all tanky though. What is it? It's insane. I didn't put delayed, so be sad. Just keep forgetting to press Blood Rage. Single target, so I just don't have Leech this character. Let's send this Super Shaper. Yeah, you basically, like, as soon as you're like, alright, I want echoes, and you don't already have some suppress gear, like your suppress setup with clusters and evasion gear and whatnot, you just click, you unspec a bunch of points, and you just path all the way over here and get entrenched and quick step and inveterate, and then you suppress capped, and then you kill Shaper. But I don't think pushing for the fastest echoes possible is good, because you don't need echoes to do any content except for T17s. Nothing else in the game besides Delve has the damage requirements that would need you to have echoes. So you probably would just farm in 16s and farm out your full cluster setup and your full recombinated suppression setup, and then go to Ubers and then get echoes. Because you need a really good suffixes on your gear before you can even wear echoes in the first place. Like this character has double suffix neck, triple, double, kind of mid, and it like can barely wear the stuff. I just feel like my self hit is so high, and I wish it wasn't. Like, why is this character in POV 39,000 armor, and this character in game is 24? I know some of it is because I don't have rage. get this shit out. We have 36, and it still does so much damage. 33. Yeah, the worker stuff too. Why did it go down to 29 there for a second? Oh, it's moving. Yeah, 33. Where's the rest of it going from this point?
I cannot do this yet.
And the only PDR I'm actually missing is missing one endurance charge. If the PDR rings are really good, that'd be so nice. If it's like 5% for a ring implicit and you can just get 10 extra on your rings, that would be so fucking nice. Because endurance charge plus 2 extra and it wouldn't hurt that much anymore. 1%. I think it's gonna be like 3. And 3 is like, yeah. Yeah. The thing is, a suffix on gear is 48 res, a suffix of PDR is 8% PDR. A ring is 30 res instead of 48. So does that 8 have to go all the way to 3 instead of 5? Checks out to me. I bet it's 5. I bet it's 4. 3 would be like kind of bad, pretty bad. 4 would be okay, 5 would be good. We're on Defiance. Defiance doesn't work on self-hit. You bet 20? Okay. 5 would go to 6, that would be OP. I don't think that'd be OP. Unless it lets Transcendence builds reach that 90% PDR, I don't think it's OP. That's like the only scenario where it's like really busted. It's the Bloodborne if you stay stands forever. I'm pretty sure you don't use any. At least on Zerker slams. It's either you don't use any or you change Defy Pain to something. But the Schizo is just too much of a downside. For like an endgame character. Because you lose out on your Corrupted Soul, self-hit, overleech stuff, you lose out on your Light of Meaning. You just all have Nano Leech, it's too much. They have Real goes double cat? Maybe. But I just don't think there is anything from Bloodlines that competes with any of these points. Because Zerker has 10 good points to spend and they only have 8 points. Wander Zerker plus Iron Will strength stack. Holy, let's fucking go. I'm in. A minus fizz damage note on it? What, you mean Breach Sword? It's not very good for this build. Like, the power of most Bloodlines is such that it's either some build enabling niche thing, or it's really only going to be taken on builds that just don't have 8 good points. Impale Fizz 1 champion. That's what Quantric was talking about. It's kind of neat. Just play KBF clustering. KBF clustering Hara is playing double feral, double cats. Since it's on a worse class. I don't know, you could. Double cats get such their life how? Basically, it's gonna die in T17 content, no matter what you do, I think. But in 16 content, I don't think it's ever gonna die. With like no investment at all, just a 4 link for the cat. like 26,000 life before the Archnim modifier scalers, which probably take it up to like 40,000 life. And you're a wander, so you kill everything off screen, nothing gets to attack you. I think it'd be fine. Do I even have this action speed stuff yet? Yeah, I
Got
do.
my eye on you.
It's like this character is missing from this POB. It's missing like 2% from echoes. It's missing intimidate and 10 levels of woke gems. So it's like 10%, 10%, 10%. It's missing 30% more damage from Gem, Helmet Divine. It's missing 20% more damage from Light of Meaning, and then it's missing 50% more from a better axe. So like the in-game peak of slammers, I think, is about 2.5 times this damage. In like hardcore stuff on gear, that is. But enough for everything. It's not enough for 17s with tank mods to feel good, in my opinion. And then, I mean, if you're in software, you put Carnage, and then it's 40% more than that, but... like, Fortress Boss is so fucking tanky, man. Excel's character was in softcore trade. Sorry, in hardcore trade, not softcore trade. Have I said softcore? Lets you get a little bit stronger. But honestly, the hardcore trade peak and this hardcore salon peak is probably pretty similar. Power level.
My money is gone.
Legendary combo versus axe again. Yeah, making the actual god axe sucks for sure. Character's so fucking thick, these beams to me. I think 2 beams hit me there. Unless beams if I 2 stacked. Should they fight 2? Oh, they fight 2. Oh, never finished boss in 3 seconds. Yeah, in software trade with no defense. I don't even know when KV clustering, unless Wall of Force is like stupid OP. I don't even know when KV clustering passes this greater in damage. Like, probably not until like 200 hours played or something. Unless Wall of Force is actually just like insanely cracked. Back to Slammer, maybe. Maybe. Just so peaceful. Unless I can fix the wander POV, it'll look fine. I kind of want to start looking at more KB POVs that aren't clustering, that are just like normal KB. I think I can like get those to have better defense, even if it's a worse skill. You can play normal KB on a lot of things. You don't actually need more than the 3 prods you get from the tree. You can play it on like any Templar, Witch, Shadow, Scion, or Ranger tendency. But I don't think you can survive on Deadeye until like super late game. Like once you're full, like, you know, 2000 in stack, I think you can survive. Before that on Deadeye, like, oh, fucking no, man.
I cannot do this yet.
Herald's like with Elementalist plus Bloodline node legit. It's very legit, yeah. Does normal QB have more DPS than what shit on POB? It does. I don't know how much more. But it does, yeah. Thanks for Necro. Yeah. I mean, Necro is neat, but like... yeah. Is it even Necro clustering or Necro base KB? Really go base. I think the plan is like always clustering. I think for everyone, and they're just like playing whispers to scale it late game or something. Or you could play base KB instead of clustering always. Even with whispers, you can kind of always go between the two. I think base KB is more wall dependent than clustering KB is. It's been the new skill kinetic rain. Nah. I refuse to believe it. I don't even know, like, with Necro KB, like, you're really just getting a bunch of attack speed, which is good, I guess. But that's so much like spell sling shit. Yeah, if the rune graph works, you're playing clustering always, 100%. Big set for bone offering on Necro. Me too, man. Me too. Like, Necro defense lets you get block cap a lot easier, which solves your avoidance problem. And then offensively, it gives you a fuck ton of speed and some area, which is nice. But I don't know what you do for your last Ascendancy. Because I don't think Essence Skeleton is very good. It doesn't stack, right? It's just 4% ES per second. And then down it's cats. Yeah, but like, when you already have 200% speed, cat speed is a lot less useful. And that build is very, I think it's a lot more minion, I think it's a lot more gem socket starve, because you have to play so much like spell slinger bullshit for your triple offerings and for your corpse skills and your desecrate and your cascade. I think it's like super gem socket starve, so you can't really do like the action speed immune from all or from the cat aura. I don't think any of the breach nodes are too insane for that. Like, you could always just play Hunt Leader. It's always fine to get some more speed and crit. And I don't know if you can do Herald stuff. It probably would just be cats. What? Back. I'm sure we're reacting to what? Oh, with the new stuff? Yeah. We saw new stuff. Best one Ascendancy? I don't even know, man. There's so many good choices. So many good choices and so many different ways to build it. Like, there's Necro, there's Ellie, there's Hyro, there's... You can play a cult, technically. Like, you can still do Trickster stuff. Trickster's still good. You can do Deadeye, obviously. Like, so many choices. Necro, but instead of Essence going to go plus 2 Rage from Oshabi, you only have to go plus Rage from Oshabi if you're using unique gloves. If you're using rare gloves, you can just get Rage from your gloves. If I'm playing Deadeye, it's pissing you off. If I was playing softcore, I'm playing Deadeye. Like 100%. Like, it's like Deadeye base KB, or like maybe like Hyro, Double Cat, Mana KB, are like the two things that are forefront in my mind. But Deadeye's just good, man. Just good. Enable defenses on Deadeye. You can just die every now and then, it's fine. Like, eventually your defense is int stack and your CI, so you just have, like, you know, 15,000 ES. Before that, you just die. Keep it Deadeye means leveling his bow build. You don't have to. I did wands from level 1 on Deadeye like 2 days ago, and I didn't use the best skills, and I had no idea what I was doing, and it was still like 4-hour campaign. A kinetic bolt is good in Act 1. As soon as you have like 1 crit wheel for your wands, power siphon, and fucking owns. And then as soon as you have, I mean, honestly, maybe even before, but as soon as you have munitions, press KB because it kills everything. Last time bows maps and swap. I mean, you can. I just think bows suck. It's not like bows are good and wands are bad. They're both bad compared to the best builds in the game. And like wands are good enough, so why not? And then that Zerker base KB, I don't know. I'm not the biggest knower on the mechanics of wanting stuff. A good Act 1 campaign time. If you're racing, like sub 20 minutes is your goal. But like sub 30 is fine if you're not like a super zoomer. Like element displays no I'm gonna pop for it. Wasn't that Junk's first thing? There's no pop for it? Retal glad. I am like a huge Retal hater. The only thing I've ever looked at for Retal is specifically on E-Blade Ignite. You change your main skill to Retaliation when you walk into the Fortress boss room, and that's it. Exclusively in that one boss room. Do we use Retal? I mechanically I'm the biggest hater. You gotta ask Graft about that. It's not finished yet. I think it's only viable as a second character. And the same tree, no suppression. Yeah, if you want, you can basically just like get rid of your suppression shit on your gear in these 2 clusters. It's just such a small investment for suppression. 2 jewels, 6 points, 3 suffixes, and an anoint. That's just not that much for the amount of mitigation you get from suppression. Huh. 2 weeks of Twitch drops starting on League launch. Let's fucking go. Love that. Zest Slam, a rare finisher effect. Never used one of those in my life. You spend a wheel starting that I hire early wands? Maybe. Like, if I could league start with the Schizo Ascendancy ready, I might even be dumb enough to try to play Deadeye. But like, you know, you're not getting that before you do Sim, and Deadeye is not clearing Sim. I wonder if I could boost my own Sim in Self-Found. Like, slam Sim until wave 15, kill both bosses in the wave, and leave some packs alive in the corner, and go in there on the Deadeye to finish it off. Or that. How about the Herald's like her Wander hype? I just don't know if it's good. Like, the version that uses 98% mana reserved on Heralds is like unplayable in hardcore. Stare. But even if we're not doing that version, if we're doing like let's say we're trying to make our Heralds reserve like 25% of your mana each after you've taken this node. You get like 50 buff effect. I just don't know like if it's like good at that point. Is it with 22%? Yeah, like it might be. Because if I'm playing this kind of thing with base KB not clustering for doing that, I like that I can reserve all of my mana, and then I can go for like a, you know, actually run Grace and scale evasion and have a chance of surviving. Drops, 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 drops. Yeah, the Herald buff effect being nerfed already on that hurts a little bit. Run the Grace on Essence Worm. Yeah, that is true. As soon as you have Essence Worm, I like it. As soon as you have Essence Worm and tattoos, I like it more. But for League Start, I don't know if it's good. It's on the T5. Oh yeah, it's super common. And you can maybe target it with the tree by creating unique rings with the tree. Very possible. One gems that's a pretty good amount. Oh, with Honor Home? Yeah, like, that's a good amount of flat. But it's still way less flat than, like, the mana version gets super easily. Of Fizz and Lightning from... You just can't survive. I thought wands are a huge bait. They might be. Who knows? Unless the Rune graft works. And also steals defense at the same time. Yeah, I mean, kind of. Like, mana gives you defense, and also gives you ES, which is defense. Which Rune graft? There's like this new Rune graft that you can interpret it as just being like free fork and chain with no downside for KBA clustering. Like fire at most 1 proj, plus 1 chain and fork. Which for something like KBA clustering, which only fires 1 proj, and all extra proj instead give you extra explosions, you could easily interpret this as saying it's just free chain and fork. But like, that's silly. So I'm gonna assume this is gonna cap your explosions at 1. And if it doesn't, then like, free vibes. And you get to get rid of fork, use a different gem. Use Nimbus and clustering. I have no idea. Yeah, Tempest Mastery is definitely gonna get clicked. I just don't know how. Like, I want them both clicked. It's just like, these points technically aren't very good if you're not committing to more spell blocks, so you could just be like, fuck it. Suppression's our defense. Start as a witch, which only saves 2 points pathing. Remove the entire top part up here. I've seen some that do that. But I really like getting shock immunity like this. And this travel node's really good and gives you a really good brutal restraint where you can target like all kinds of stuff. The guard stuff, yeah. That's what I've seen a lot of the other versions do. The bottom pathing. The bottom pathing lets you actually play evasion, which I like. Yeah, getting accurate possible escape was like definitely massive. You can get rid of the fork angle bullshit. Don't need this proj damage node. You can skip all this pathing, all this shitty attack speed, but you lose the attack mastery, which I love. 1 attack mastery, I think it's really important. It's in the item. Rare. I wonder how good that is. Just filler. Seems pretty decent for early game. It's like losing mana when you attack doesn't matter for the most part. Pretty solid early game item. Oh, just to Iron Will and not beyond it. That lets you get invert, which is good. It's more mana nodes, which is good. I really don't like taking these nodes. Just because it's not a lightning skill. I've seen some that also skip out on most of which and do bottom pathing altogether. There's a world, if that rune graph works, where you play Playstyle laning support instead of fork. Because after you get rid of fork here, your supports suck. Because Sacred Wisp is not actually good, I'm pretty sure. You could do that, but it's still kind of weak. Like, Vicious Project better. Searching better. Yeah, fuck Wisps. We're never using Wisps. Tornado, but then also Wall of Force as well. There's like 2 reasons to not use them. Don't do it. Hi. How you doing, bud? Can you talk? Can you speak? He's shy. Does that matter what about with the turn proj too? Well, I think the bit is going to be you hit the boss, which forks hits the wall, goes through the boss, and then yeah, I guess it would then return back through the wall again. I don't know if the same proj could hit the wall twice. But it could in theory. But return is like insane damage too. Well, it's insane damage with the current mechanics. With wall, might be less important, but... Sucks we're not getting gem info. How unplayable without multi-shot and split shot? Without split shot, if you're spell slinging Tornado, it is like fully unplayable. Thanks for the gifts, Clarge. 1,210! Yeah, basically, if you don't have split shot, every time you attack, a tornado spawns in front of you, consumes your thing, and causes a fork, which means you don't hit the pack in front of you. This means 3 out of 4 times you hit the pack in front of you still, because you get the extra fork proj in the middle. Like, I think multi-shot you don't have to have. Yeah, I've been thinking about back and forth on forking increase versus reduction. I definitely agree with that reduction. I feel better with wall. But multi-shot itself is good. We have very little attack speed until feral stuff. And I just love this fucking mastery. Yo, holy. Exclusively lurkers getting every single move that's up. Good job. Congratulations and thank you. Yeah, like this mastery is insane. Even if it's not that good, check the total. What are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice, we're done. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war. But like monsters cannot block your attacks is extremely important to me. Chain range of the rune graph works. I've never in my life spec chain range. That'd be I mean, I'm sure it's decent. It's so cozy. I believe it. But when I look at this, the only points I can drop and not feel bad about it is instinct. And just say, fuck it, you'll get suppression somewhere else in your gear. But I don't know where that somewhere else is. I mean, some tattoos, I guess. 40% reduced damage taken instantly forever. You could. I definitely agree you could. Because you can still use Impossible later. Just re-grab Conviction of Power. The point of these is just to get suppression on them. You have to have some evasion bases to get suppression. But Killing Sim on a Wander is gonna be so hard. Unless they do like the whole slammer into the like log out thing. Slammer into log out, log in on the Templar. Why is Impossible allowed? They changed it to make it so you're allowed to use Intuitive Leap, Impossible Escape, and Threat of Hope. Outrage. Glove and push it. Where to do these changes? On PoDB. On the datamine website, you can go to the passage tree and see the new points there. Really Quantric Rip Clip Review.
Ben.
Oh, you actually died!
Ben.
What? I didn't think it was possible to die! I didn't think it was possible to die! It's a bug! Wasn't me.
It was Shaper Beam in the leg. Also, expected lightning res your chaos if all checkpoints behind the lightning damage hit. So ignore the lightning resist percent? Yes. So because poison is chaos damage and poison is calculated pre-mitigation, the only thing that matters is chaos res for poison. Banish the stuff on for PKs and buying all the shit, yes sir. Draw Breach Sword, Warden, Wander, Double Tincture. What's the Breach Sword gain? Just the mitigation? I think Schizo is the best defensive ascendancy for sure. And that could be an angle. It just like... Did you see Breach Sword? Yeah, we did. It's on PoDB. We got two things that are kind of mid and one that's good. This is like some plus gem level, ignore resist stuff based on what you're wearing. But wearing 4 Foulborn uniques is really hard. And this is the same but for cold. Like ignore resist if you're wearing the right rings. And like +2 if you have 4 Foulborns, which is really hard. And then this one is like percent life pathing and then a bunch of mitigation based on your grafts. And also a bunch of multiplier from graft things, which this could be solid in certain scenarios, but we shall see. Oh, double power 7 set up in some Merc Lab? Yeah, basically. like early game kinetic bolts, and then once you're like in like the 30s, 40s, 50s, somewhere in that range, like 30s or 40s with some crit, you change to Power Siphon, Self-Cast, Power Siphon Totems until Merc Lab, and then you change to KB. Did I ever open smithing and slam Zerker? I don't think so, no. They changed the name of the Schizo node, did they really? I wouldn't be surprised. It's 2025, can't be saying those things. That didn't happen. That's lame. Bring back Schizo. That didn't happen, it wasn't me, you're the crazy one. We're calling it Schizo, it's already stuck. They might be internal names, yeah maybe. But yeah, like Warden is a ton of fucking damage. To do like the tincture stuff on Warden. And I'd be down if my tinctures were self-use. Like, range tinctures, +1 tincture, permanent tincture. With some effect, I would be so fucking down. And then go Schizo for your Ascendancy. But I don't want to press them. How do you live? You go Schizo. That's how you live. You go Schizo, 40% less from hits, and then play a hybrid evasion, ES life. Hear me out. Slam. I have nothing else to say. I wonder what my current character is. Let's see. I did this earlier and I forgot the number. Also, if I had one extra gem, I could put Maim on Infernal Cry and get a little more damage from that too. I don't know if the sockets work though. That's right. Yeah, my attack speed in this character is so high. It's definitely too high, but like, that's fun. Yeah, this damage is a little higher than I thought it would be. Thought it'd be around 3 mil. Which is why like I'm not like a huge fan of a slammer. Like if this is the current character that I have to play, like 3.7, and this is like the cap of what I could reach, which is really like a little over double, or sorry, a little under double. It's just annoying because like the only thing that this character needs more damage for is exactly killing the fortress boss.
Like for every other content that I do in the entire game, more damage does nothing. Because everything dies instantly. It's just that fucking dumbass golem. That stupid golem. Kinda curious though. My character was, what, like 1.3 hit? 1 mil spike. This is the thing about Slammer that's always kind of annoying me when it comes to like PoB stuff. Based on the numbers this character had, I should kill a T16 map boss in 3 attacks. And I'm pretty sure when I go and attack this boss, it's not going to die in 3 attacks. That one might not block. Bleed Bone Zone Jug. It's a really good build. It's just slower. It slams. So I guess I really just Impale. It's as soon as you add Impale to your build, like PoB, just like it feels like Impale doesn't work as good in game as it does in PoB. Line rage, yes sir. Spy does an extra couple of auto touch that attack rate. Yeah, that's true, but it's only really relevant at pretty low, like at low health monsters. A little bit of Feral Bloodline. That's like one of the #1 reasons to play Pyro. Is you get to play double Rue. You have 6 cats, 2 Ascendancies, Rue 2 cat Ascendancies. Who? 2 cats? But it'd only be 1 for a long time. You'd only play Hunt Leader for a long time. Because you don't actually have the Tiger to play Wild Will with that for a while. So you get it from Ritual. And I also think having 5 cats up from Hunt Leader can help some of the scenarios where my character kind of got shit on. When you're fighting like a boss 1v1 that's blasting you, or like one betrayal dude that's shooting proj at you, having 5 cats in front of you, they're gonna tank. They're gonna tank the proj. They're gonna eat them. Is the Tiger rare? So that's the thing, it's like no one actually knows if any of the ritual beasts are rare, because 99% of people that do ritual never hover over a single beast ever. Like no one's hovering over corpses. No one fucking knows. The only corpse I've ever seen is the ones that come from killing King in the Mist. There's a Reddit post with the data. Yo, you got that for me? You got that? It's always stated 4D. Major difference, you only need 1 corpse now instead of needing a corpse every single time your Spectre dies. But one thing about clustering that isn't as exciting is you don't. I mean, from the hand grafts we've seen so far, there aren't any that are exceptional because on clustering, lucky damage is bad because your minimum and maximum are the same value, and then you're not fire damage, so cover and ash doesn't help you. So like the main hand graft that, I mean, probably every single build that I ever play in hardcore is always going to be using the molten shell hand graft. So no matter what, you can, unless you're CI. If you're CI, you can't use it. But yeah, like almost every single. Did they say like, are you allowed to use 2 Zoff hand grafts? Like, can I play Zoff molten shell and then Zoff cover and ash? I think I can. I don't remember any distinction about that. Didn't they say you can't? Yeah, I mean neither. The new breach thing says at least 1. If that's the case, that would yeah, that would be a pretty good hint. Like I don't think they said a single thing about restrictions, so I'm going to assume. Yeah, it says at least 1 for all of them. What's the MS graft? I don't know a good way to find the pictures for these things, but basically it's an automatically used skill by the hand that when you are missing life, it casts a Giga Molten Shell on you that has a super long duration and not that big of a cooldown, and it's basically casting damage taking Molten Shell, but it's like stronger than our Molten Shells by a lot. Like the number that we saw, I think was 4.8 thousand absorption, 80% conversion, which is, to be clear, that's just Molten Shell, but the duration's way longer. Like this one is 3.4 thousand, 75%, but that requires a bunch of armor. So thank you for this. I always appreciate this kind of information. Ah, flashbang. Ah. Fuck. A Discord link. Bro, where's Google Sheets? Forest Tiger. Is this perfect only or just any Forest Tiger? That is decently rare. %, to be perfect. That's like 1 in 1,000 ritual windows. It's not too bad. Like you just have to actually hover over the corpses and check the ritual windows when you're farming your Light of Meanings. This better than you don't need to hover. Oh shit. I forgot you can do that on your ritual window. don't know, this is base Tiger. But yeah, that Spectre is not going to survive T17 content, but neither will the Wander, so it's fine. But also, 3 Archden modifiers provides a lot of defense from Wild Will. That'll help it survive. You don't have to refarm it anymore. It's the only reason we would even consider using those things is because you no longer have to refarm them. You had to refarm them? Fuck that. But yeah, seeing it like hyper in-game slammer, it's actually only close to double this damage, not 2.5x of this damage. That's not enough. That's not enough to be worth min-maxing. So might not even play suppression slammer builds. Just nice little leak start slammer and then energy blade ignite. Log in. Ooh, that's a good one. Nice little 100% monster life. How much do we need? Like just leave that out, maybe? A little more. I think this is about what we get next patch. I think it's about this-ish.
I cannot do this yet.
I'm a Wander. Yeah, I'll just like start Wander, it'll be fine. I'm pretty sure I am going to. I think it's gonna be fine.
I basically talk for a little bit, Quantric, and then I load up a fortress to remind myself the slammer damage cap is not high enough for me to want to play this. Because like my in-game self-bound slammer POV with almost everything is only double this damage. Which like isn't bad. And shit, maybe Wander won't even beat that. Like, it would be dead right now. This is a 146% life map. I'm kind of curious what my combat time was there. KR would destroy it? Yeah, I mean, KR might be good at Fortress Boss. That's the one thing that might be good at. Always good not playing slams. Yeah, slams are a fucking vibe. That without them wouldn't be bad. I agree, it wouldn't be bad. I'm kind of curious what my like what the time there actually would have been, like what the for a Monster Life map. Because Monster Life's like the only real tank mod for the build, right? Like you can second it cannot block, you can have full overwhelm. It's pretty much only it's only Monster Life that. And like the, you know, the bullshit like the less CDR that you roll over and like no damage 3 out of every 10 seconds that you roll over typically. So 52 seconds. Oh yeah, life is ES2, which is just Monster Life. Yeah, the main two. But there's no like crit DR bullshit. There's no PDR bullshit. That's not even that bad, really. He'd be dead right now with double damage. That was 30 seconds. 30 seconds to kill a 130% life fortress boss. And then technically you might get some damage from hand grafts. Like you could get to a damage amount that's like okay. The main benefit of slams is they're fucking invulnerable. Nothing can hurt me. Except myself. Trying to get some lightning guys to attack me. Your big fireball. Okay. I'm not igniting immune. Mini DAD? I know! Like, Mini DAD is fucking sick. Like, hear me out. Play slams, fill out your atlas. If the Rune graft works for KBF clustering, reroll on day 2. Like, what's wrong with that? Well, I guess you have to farm the Rune graft first, but like, you can farm the Rune graft on KBF clustering. What's the gear day 1? This? No, this is like 40 hours played gear. 40 to 50. Sam supporting KB fun. KB is fun. Can't disagree with that. Where's my fucker at?
currently a I changed him to a guardian before I logged out. I had 3k life on this character. I thought I had more than that. I thought it was 3.5. So we got like no life there, no life there, no life there. Crafted life there. And it's the shitty life mod here, so I can't even play the mastery. This was like kind of worst case scenario for having life on my shit.
The goddess is watching.
Wanding is cool. That's kind of the only reason you really need to play Wander, right? Wanding's cool. Like Wanding is cool, and that cast on damage taken hand graft is all we're gonna need for our defense. Is it only procs when you're missing life? And we have ES. So only procs when we've lost our ES. So it'll like always be off cooldown, ready to go. I'm still for Wanding. Look at that damage. Look at that damage.
Ambition is to act. Empires are forged in stone and fire.
The permanent arcane cloak. I'm going to assume that it's not considered a guard skill and has no interaction with your guard skills. Until proven otherwise. Does a guard tag? Does it actually? I didn't see that one before. You don't like need
I must have time to
arcane cloak?
will.
Does guard tag mean anything in this game? Like, no guard skills can be cast or triggered while any others are on cooldown, but like, it's not my cooldown, it's their cooldown. My cooldown recovery doesn't even affect the cooldown, so why would that restriction affect it, you know?
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. Strength to entertain doubt is to dance with death. Give of by the goddess. What ambition! Wisdom is the offspring of suffering and time.
I also probably need to grab Frost Shield. Another thing to kind of remove double cap from the equation. We're just gonna play single cat most likely. The thing I hate about single cat is like Wanders are just so fucking slow. They're so slow without class up. Like God, leap slam builds, they just zoom. These Templar and Witch Wanders have genuinely 20% movement speed and a shitty shield charge.
An aspirant can afford to be promising.
But you should always have class up as soon as you're in P16s. Yeah, Necro helps that for sure. That's one of the best things about Necro is the insane speed.
Triumphant at last.
And Elementalist too. Ah, fuck. I had the points clicked. Get out of here.
Drink deeply from God's chalice, for the faithful will never find it empty.
Now Lightning Golem, so it's decent, but like League Start Lightning Golem is 23% attack speed. The Tiger's 35. How about his Guardian? I didn't even play with it. I didn't even try it. I logged out before trying it. We're not doing the wave conviction stuff. But this character's in standard now, so I can actually go attack like some random G16 content. I thought I moved the good maps to the front. Tri-Fizz set up? No, sir. Anything that I was going to change and haven't changed yet? I just throw Reinhardt on my map, it's bullshit. Yeah, the coverage is beautiful. The moment it's a lightning despair, that's beautiful. Ow. But there's two beasts in the boss, it's bullshit. Did this feel sadly? Yeah, like, it's like so fucking Wall of Force dependent. If that shit sucks, we're fucked. Oh, tear!
Go on, exile.
Wall solved that for sure. Yeah, for sure. I mean, think about it like from right here. Okay, right here. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get our KVA clustering buff. Boom, we're 10% stronger. Right? Then we have Tiger. Right? We have Tiger because we'd actually be ascended with an extra ascendancy. That's like 25-30% stronger. And then Wall of Force. Surely that's enough. No, come on, Jake. The only tank mods there were there being fucking Einhard bullshit things near it. You have your doubts? Oh, I have many doubts. Also, like, this character sucks, man. And if you're in trade, you can buy that, was it Mind of the Council, I think? It's like a helmet to get more mana and lightning damage from your mana. You can grab that for like 20% more damage. I also still don't know where I should be standing, distance-wise, for the skill to do the most damage. Oh yeah, also 6-link. Clustering buff, Wall of Force, Tiger, and then 6-link. Cause like the breach shit's gonna give you free 6 links basically. That's enough. It's enough. Yeah, I mean, tornado in front of boss should always be happening as long as you're not like touching the boss. Also, my accuracy is not capped, which isn't ideal, but. Like, to me, I'm sure I could get the damage to a point where I'm okay with it. It's just that, like, defensively, it's so fucking bad. And that's not getting fixed.
much block, like 60-60 block, probably. If the molten shell shit works in like the most ideal way possible, that would be massive for the defense of the build. I'll of course absolutely fix this. Yeah. Agreed. Which is more defensive. Necro is pretty decent defense. Yeah, a bunch of block shit. 100% well force all. Alright, like we get yeah, Necro has to use the word belt forever. Is one way to look at it, but also Necro gets to use the word belt forever. Hurt your eyes after a while. The MTX makes it so much better on that front. I see a boss that I can't kill. Ooh, although I do want to try. I'll try reduced instead of increased. I haven't tried this yet. Get bodied? Yeah, these bosses are fucking OP, man. For builds that are bad against attacks, these bosses are disgustingly strong. Clear is just fucking amazing though, man. We love the clear. I won. With slam. Oh yeah, I mean slammer dumps there and kills it in 6 hits. On the start, basically. But there's no question on what's better between slammer and this. That's not a question. It's a question of, is this good enough? Because it's fun. Like, pressing KB to kill shit in maps is fun. Yeah, Wall of Force fixes us easily, guys. Six Link is like crit damage on this character right now. I have 77 crit chance and 288 multi. Missed. What? fucking them up. I really need Frost Shield though, for sure. Ow. Just sucker. Just threw my fucking... my Arcane Cloak. And all the way. Spell singing Warlord's Mark for Rage. You think we're stunning enough to get Warlord's Mark? Now, Returning Proj is the best single target support gem that exists on this skill. It's close to double damage. On shit mobs? Maybe. But as soon as you have decent gloves, you can just go red side and get rage pretty early. Your implicits. You could be right, that could be a good way to get rage early. Getting blasted. I think this is a good map for us. Shabby for cat, yeah, good. But if you target cat, you get cat so early. I can use sigil, helps a little bit, yeah. I can use sigil, I can use frost shield. If I play the conviction, all of these help a little bit at this point in the game. Favorite beach. Yeah, beach is right by a wall, isn't it? But what's next to beach?
Feel that shit.
Okay, we were blasting him until he walked right from the wall. Get back on the wall, but Zerker was not needed. Zerker was sucks bad. Get rid of some shit we don't need real fast. Ah, suppression. For a 2-link knockback setup. More like time for a just play shrines on your out street forever. So you have Excel Shrine, Diamond Shrine, and Brutal Shrine and stuff. I'm doing Narrow Fork right now. Yeah, the KBF clustering spread mechanics are so funny. It's not random spread, they only spawn at the edge of the circle, in a circle, like on the actual edge, in a full circle. They never spawn in the middle, like where the boss is. Alright, top note's better. I did bottom for most of it, now we're doing top for reduced work. We melted him. Huge damage. Stay on the wall, it's fine. Like easy, instantaneous 2x damage with just like 6-link, feral, and the clustering buff. Instant 2x damage. And then add in Wall of Force. Add in Wall of Force, drop a Sigil, press Red Conviction, have Rage. Use a wand that isn't fucking this. And then I take map mods. No. We're not, no. We're not doing that. Yeah, lucky damage from graft is good, but it's not good for us. Unfortunately. Our damage range is 10k to 13k. Very, very small range. Like both KBO clustering and Arcane Cloak give the same minimum and maximum. Uplift build for a week. Yeah. Yeah, probably.
Feel that shit.
But it does kill a beach boss in an lucky way. You go volatility. You could go volatility. By going volatility, when you have the damage range, the support like decreases the damage you deal instead of increasing it. Bonk effect on tornado. I could try it. Got no more beaches though. I may never want to use that because I'm going to want to increase our reservation. But I don't think it should really do much unless... God damn it. I'm kidnapped. Unless the idea is that, get a sewer in? True, that is the KB map. Fuck, what was in this house tree? Or this one. Or here's 13. I don't think we can Horizon Orb. I don't think it's a T16 in the Salas tree. I swear, like half my map tabs are just like they're put into the void at the end of the league. They don't actually go to standard. In reality, they're just all in hardcore, like the actual map tabs. The only softcore map tabs are from Golem Practice Leagues. We can drive with Conk in on this NATO, see if anything happens.
Wisps are just bad. They don't do damage. They say they do damage, but they don't do damage. For a variety of reasons that I don't. Oh my god, it's huge. Oh, it's huge. It's about the same though, as non-cock. Oh, it's the seer.
Keep an open mind.
Godslayer.
Really good at the campaign. When you're playing Power Siphon in the campaign, Wisps are fine. I don't think they're the best, but they're fine.
Go with God.
Over here. Don't dally.
Feel it, trees!
Cable to PS. I haven't tried PS that early before. I just played Cable the whole time until like 30, and then it's Power Siphon. But yeah, if you're a Templar, you don't get Power Siphon at 12, so you can't even use it at 12. Yeah, Mind of the Council definitely is pretty solid early unique for this. You have Summonation somewhere. Early game, no. Late game, eventually you can get avoid stun stuff from flasks and tattoos and things. Yeah, Mind of the Council is definitely a solid one. Worth using if you have it. I found a way to clip these points. This is like, this number is without having solved accuracy yet. This number is like 14 times more damage than this character's dealing. Not counting wall of force. It'd feel fine offensively at that gear level. Hard to even like visualize that. Like 14 times more means he's dead. Dude, the second he walks away from the wall, our damage is just 0. I get the Legion Jewel. All Legion bosses spawn on walls. It's fine. No problems here. Isn't that America? Absolutely. 100%. It would get shit on by Legion monsters and maps if they had a single damage mod. When do they normally release the pre-download? Isn't that like today? I mean, it's probably not going to happen because it hasn't happened yet. I want to see the rest of the fucking hand grafts. Is there a list of how many we've seen versus how many are in the item filter information? There's 4 of each type. I know we saw they showed this where it was announced. I hope this is here. I see one gifts. Nice, love that. So this is the default one you don't care about. %1 additional PDR as your implicit is kind of neat. What was Tender Embrace? Do we know what that one is? I see it doesn't have a text on the right. Like, this is the spears, which don't really work for the impale or for the slammer build. Yeah, Heart of Flame we're using on every single character that isn't CI, right? Like, this is just casting damage taking Molten Shell, and it's better, and it's % armor. So our Rune Graft implicits, hopefully Tender Embrace is good. I don't know if we've seen this. These change? I thought these are fixed to the type of thing they have. The others from a pool? Oh, okay. And I know there's a corruption that changes the implicit of these things. But yeah, like, Heart of Flame looks really good. This isn't what Heart of Flame actually is in Rune Graft terms. It's just a big molten shell. When you're broken by any dot, because you lose HP. The thing is, it lasts so long that you want it to be procced. It's fine. It's like 9-second duration. But yeah, like, these spikes don't work for us because we don't use Warcries, they're all auto-exerted. And there's no buffs here anyways, it's just damage. This is just like passively attacks rare monsters and fucks them up. Doesn't matter that much. We don't know what Impaling is yet. I don't think we know what this is yet, even though it has a name. His Burning Message. Drops an eruption, and then when you use a Warcry, they blast off. But we're not using Warcries. This one just passively adds some shit, and most importantly has cover animation Ash. Very good for our Ignite stuff. This is the Lucky Damn one with some Radiant Ground, flat damage. Like, Recent Light's really good. I wonder how good damage Lucky is for a Slammer. It's not running volatility. That's about what I thought, pretty weak. Yeah, it's in the white. Was another one that just, like, does damage. And does this proc brittle? No, it's just damage. This just does damage. 3 more Ash ones could be huge. When you use offering skills, it'll summon an army of Hiveborn. And these ones have some brittle stuff. So you have to command it, and you get some sap stuff. Yeah, I mean, so far, Heart of Flame, Recent Light are the 2 big winners, with Call to Pyre also being a big winner. Like, these are the 3 best ones we've seen. And we're waiting to see 5 more. 6 more, 'cause I don't think we know what this is yet. You think my third lucky damage train is gonna be fat? Yeah, oh, for sure. Lucky damage is huge on a lot of things. Zerker one not falling because he's like a Warcry. The thing is, it's like it's about what it does. The Warcry ones, all they do is damage. And I'm kind of assuming that all of the damage ones are gonna not be too relevant as soon as you're doing hard content. Like anything T16 plus, I'm expecting the damage ones to be not that impactful on good characters. An early campaign card, they're fucking nuts. They do huge damage, but I'm pretty sure as soon as you're 16 plus, we're only caring about buffs for our character and debuffs on the enemy. Spire's one wasn't. Yeah, like the one we saw Ziggy using versus Merveil was doing so much damage. That was Call the Pyre. Do POB to level 30 character, and then check your damage versus the thing. Nice. The second graft on Slammer. Yeah, like, we don't really know yet. Return to Dust isn't bad, but it's like not like, you know, it's not insane. But ripping like 400,000 damage every 10 seconds to something tanky near you, and stunning is kind of good. I think that's the part of this that I like the most. It's not even the damage, it's the stun. Because the hammers land kind of delayed, not too delayed, but it's like a 700 millisecond stun. Whatever it procs, which is kind of cool. He describes what it does, but doesn't show it. F. Yeah, player CDR does nothing. We can have 2 graphs. Yeah, you get 2 graphs. Is what it looked like in the teaser. I'm pretty sure we saw 2 on the in-game setups. I don't know when you get the second one, but only be some shitty unique, and by default is 1. Maybe. Let's see. Let's find this teaser real fast.
Conflagration is a new bow attack which entire. The exit to the mudflats has been barricaded by high, sprouting additional limbs. Each of these limbs you'll of powerful skills. These graft skills can provide a flexible way to fill gaps in your build, offering everything from damage to potent defensive buffs and crowd control. For example, the battering all graft will call massive arms to erupt from the earth, stunning all those they hit. For some additional pack clearing power, you could consider the Squalling Tool Graft. When commanded, the supplies of draft blood.
Yeah, I remember seeing it.
Useful.
Yeah, right here. So he has 2 hands here, and all of these items are
normal. What's this helmet? That's the only one I don't know, but I think that's just like an armor ES base, isn't it? But Corpse Walker, Betrayal thing, rares. It's the new Headhunter hat. And I assume it doesn't say that it gives 2 hand grafts. Is that at the end of the quest lines where I breach boss? Yeah. I'm pretty sure we're just gonna get 2, but maybe not right at the start. It'll be like a little bit deeper.
Flesh of the tree. However,
I think we see 2 on...
graft crafting. This section of the Genesis tree is used to grow. With grafts, you can
all these suckers, right?
towering flesh-crafted cities in the sky. These are the. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one. Energies into any unfortunate soul who happens to be standing on them. With enough projectiles and area of effect,
Can't even like see the hand on the sucker.
Speed and ease.
It's so
Use
small.
these alongside your spellcasting to augment attacks.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we
Enemies
get 2
slain
hand
to
grafts.
leave
I'm pretty
behind
sure.
the same orbs of shimmering energy that kinetic rain creates. One might ponder
Just like
just
always,
how many orbs you can create.
No
if you
items
were to use
required.
both.
Just some story progression stuff.
In 327, exiles will be able dealing damage to everything within and releasing a flurry of tornadoes and
It's like a Wall of Force
creates
again.
a barrier of kinetic power, causing allied projectiles to ricochet towards targets automatically. Drop one behind a boss and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one. Conflagration is a new bow attack, which drop one behind a boss
This guy let
and
his
redirect
juice
the
fall off.
bolts of your armies.
And then didn't press
I'm sure you'll
them
find
fast
ways
enough.
to break behind a boss and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find drop one behind a boss, causing allied
Look at the dam.
Wall of Force creates a barrier of kinetic power, causing allied projectiles to ricochet towards
Has to
targets
be good.
automatically. Drop one behind a boss and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one.
Has to be good.
Conflict towards targets creates a barrier in dangerous kinetic force.
Has to be good.
Wall of Force creates a barrier of kinetic power, causing allied projectiles to ricochet towards targets automatically. Drop one behind a boss and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one. Conflagration is a new bow attack which rains down fiery bolts from above that stick into the ground and pulse as you approach. Once you get close enough, these bolts detonate and pulse a new. I'm sure. Drop.
Casual 30 plus
Causing
hits. Yeah, I mean, it pretty much
Wall of
shoots like
Force
straight
creates a
from
barrier of kinetic power,
8
causing
to 80, like pretty quick. Like 35 hits in like a second. It's 13 at level 6. It might scale as it goes up in levels. Two shocks. Yeah, it's some warden shit. I don't fully understand why there's 2. Like why it's listed like that. Instead of it just being all on one. Like one square. Yeah, it just does that on warden. It's weird.
allied.
I would love to play
Wall of
Tincture
Force
one day.
creates a barrier of kinetic power, causing allied projectiles to ricochet towards targets automatically. Drop one behind a boss and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one. Conflagration is a new bow attack which rains down fiery bolts from above that stick into the ground and pulse as you approach. Once you get close enough, these bolts detonate, causing ravaging ignites. These bolts chain react, allowing you to create fields of incendiary destruction. Thunderstorm
That skill
is a
looks so
bow
cool,
attack,
but I
which
just don't think
creates
the
a
numbers are
whirling
gonna
storm of wind and lightning
good.
where it lands. While you're within the storm, it will rapidly grow, until it becomes violently thunderous with lightning-infused clouds. At this point, leaving the storm will cause it to detonate, dealing damage to everything within and releasing a flurry of tornadoes in all directions. Attacking with kinetic fusillade will create hovering orbs of energy. These linger for a few moments above you, before zipping off to nearby targets, chaining between them, then detonating. Living lightning support will bring to life living sparks of energy, elemental minions that zap through packs of enemies with speed and ease. Use these alongside your spellcasting to augment your pack clearing abilities, or find whatever means possible to cover the world in living sparks of ruin. Windburst support unleashes chaotic tornadoes as you attack, which ricochet around wildly and quickly. These deal moderate damage as they travel, but will explode into a highly damaging burst when they expire. So it's a choice between scaling their duration up to get better coverage, or down to access the burst more quickly. Kinetic Instability is a support gem to go along with the new wand attacks that causes enemies slain to leave behind those same orbs of shimmering energy that Kinetic Rain creates. One might ponder just how many orbs you can create if you were to use both. In 327, Exiles will be able to absorb the power of some of the bosses they defeat. These take the form of new
No, we don't have
Ascendancy
gem info
class
yet, so we still don't know damage from that
called
skill.
Bloodlines. Bloodline classes are a new means of character customization in the endgame. They are secondary Ascendancy classes that are
It's a Kinetic Rain believer. No one. Reds Bay, play KBOC. I'm still not fully confident that KBOC is the right choice, unless the Rune Graft works. If the Rune Graft works, it's almost certainly going to be the best choice. But like, what if you just instack and play base KB? Kinetic Rain is bait, objectively. Just instack, yeah. Just instack. Just instack, play base KB with like Corpse Pack, Mistress, and Cats. Do it then. Well, that's the second character. No, I didn't look at any of the Phase Bleed Slam stuff. I know Alex talking about doing Slayer stuff. The key linked the POB. I didn't open it. Bleed Slam Slayer build guide. Ooh, a Ground Slam of Slayer bleed build. All I want to see is the leap slam speed.
Ground Slam for Sunder or Earthquake, depending on the situation. The build is fast.
I love this framing of the 3 slams. Except this Ground Slam is going super off screen in every direction.
Slams cover the entire screen, it's fun to play, and damage is great. With high-end gear, bleed damage reaches the dot cap, around 35 million, on top of solid hit damage and 20% cooling strike. Defense is great with endurance charges, fortify, some maximum resistances, and absurd recovery with 10-second overleech. Later on, we also have the option of going the new Ascendancy node, Schizophrenic Dissociation, for even more tankiness. Vault Ground Slam feels fantastic.
God, that skill looks so cool.
360 degrees of coverage. The single target setup may be a bit intimidating, but some of it's droppable for those that prefer a more relaxed playstyle. This build should be fantastic for the reworked breach mechanic. Here's a quick breakdown of the slam options. Ground Slam of Earthshaking is a wide frontal cone slam. The coverage of this skill is enormous.
Yeah, this skill, I love
Stands
it.
with no delay and has a better chance to stun. Vault Ground Slam is a huge omnidirectional version of Ground Slam.
One thing that kind of sucks about Ground Slam, you'll notice Ground Slam is balanced, it has a low damage number that's balanced around this huge damage multiplier to close targets, which doesn't affect ailments, which feels bad.
It has 4 charges, costs very few souls, and has a soul gain prevention of only 1 second. It's basically spammable. Sender is a long, narrow slam that gets wider.
But what is the area on this character he's using? Is he zoomed in? He's not zoomed in. This is an insane radius of the Sender.
Travels. Each enemy hit by Sender sends out shockwaves to nearby enemies.
That is zoomed in?
Shreds dense
Okay.
attacks of enemies. These shockwaves can proc Slayer's 20% cooling strike, and they can even aggravate bleeds from the same attack. Sender excels in long, narrow maps, or if you need a bit more reach for bossing. Sender is perfectly fine to run until 2 or 4 Void Stones. Earthquake has 2 parts, an initial ground hit and then a huge aftershock that expands after a short delay. The aftershock does much more damage. Earthquake's specialty is being omnidirectional. It's great for those that don't want to aim in a specific direction.
Yeah, that is still a big ass
Restoration is a
Thunder.
required support for Earthquake. Fall Earthquake procs aftershocks as you move for a duration. It's pretty nice for mapping.
I love
but
how
it
Ground
can't be
Slam.
exerted. Nero
Like, Ground
straight
Slam is
map
sick. I haven't played it in so long.
Some of Earthshaking handles both clear and single target. Couple it with Vol Ground Slam, and you can somewhat reliably alternate between Ground Slam and Vol Ground Slam. It's smooth and satisfying to play after getting into a rhythm. Vol Ground Slam is especially useful when you want total omnidirectional coverage and don't want to move your cursor behind you. Be aware that Fist of War does not work for Vol Ground Slam. Single
Which is
target is a
tragic.
bit more involved. We add Static Strike into the mix. After hitting an enemy with this melee attack, it rapidly hits nearby enemies for a few seconds. This serves 3 purposes. It applies increased damage taken from maim, it quickly aggravates any bleeds, and will rapidly summon minions from Herald of Purity for the Rallying Cry damage buff. The bleed from Static Strike can even clear maps on its own to an extent. Pretty cool. Only press Rallying Cry on single target when you have the minions active. It's not needed for mapping. For maximum burst damage, the opener would look something like this. Drop War Banner, cast Vulnerability, Static Strike, Rallying Cry, press Tincture, then slam away to get a nice initial bleed rolling. If you prefer less complexity, consider dropping any combination of Static Strike, War Banner, or the Tincture. Remember to turn off the Tincture after 5 or 10 seconds to avoid running out of mana. For leveling, use Spectral Throw until level 12. Run
Amen.
Precision until you reach Resolute Technique. Put a Ground Slam gem in your offhand to level it up. At level 12, swap to Sunder and run that for the rest of campaign. At level 24, we add Auto Exertion and Vulnerability. And at 38, we add Fist of War.
What a
In the
nice
third
fucking
lab, you can
guide.
either farm for Ground Slam of Earthshaking or just stay Sunder for map progression
So
and swap to
condensed.
it later. Whichever
Such
skill
good
you use,
graphics.
it's worth getting 20% quality. Keep your weapon up to date at all times. Gambling for axes or any slots you need sockets in is incredibly powerful. Save gold as you approach maps, and then heavily gamble for 2-handed axes in Act 10. The Ascendancy is Slayer. First, Bane of Legends. A nice chunk of damage and reflect immunity is nice quality of life. Second, Headsman for some extra mobility, and the God tier 20% Cooling Strike for 25% more damage. Third, Brutal Fervor for comfy 10-second overleach and some damage mitigation. Fourth, we take Impact for 60% area of effect while mapping.
God, it feels so bad. Like, obviously the character looks good, but like there's so many feel bad things that are happening with this build. It's like Ground Slam doesn't scale ailment damage, only hits with its multiplier. Coal doesn't work with bleed, but like it doesn't matter too much because any small content, bleed will always one-shot it. So like you have Static Strike for bosses, so Coal's good. And then Impact is also more melee damage, not bleed damage. Like this build would be so fucking insane. It's already good with none of these things working. It would be so strong if like Ground Slam just also increased bleed, if Impact also increased bleed.
And a bit of extra hit damage. Eventually, we have the option of grabbing Schizophrenic Dissociation for enormous
I'm
damage
glad,
mitigation
'cause
at
that
the cost of a
unfortunately
bit of
sucks.
damage. For this setup, we'd run different clusters and add in Aspect of the Spider. Here's leveling progression. After Mana Flows, swap out Dash for Frostblink. After the long journey to Resolute Technique, drop Precision. With the Exert wheel, make sure both Intimidating and Seismic Cry are auto-exerted. Then we start grabbing bleed nodes. Be sure to use the loadouts at the top right for early game, mid game, and late game. There are multiple gear sets.
Go.
Ideal axe spaces are Sundering Axe early on and late game of all axe. The damage while leeching crafts on gloves and amulet are huge value. Rizlapa's Coil is a massive damage increase, catalyst it with attack quality. Light of Meaning is great in this socket, but Falborn the Red Dream along with fire resistance tattoos would easily replace it if you can get a hold of one. For Life Flask, you can either run the Worm Flask for better Overleach sustain, or no Life Flask for a greedier setup. For medium clusters, the priority order is Flow of Life, Rend, Circling Oblivion, Wound Aggravation, and then Wasting Affliction.
Rand fucking owns, because Bleederation is such a rare set nowadays.
For large clusters, you want an Axe and Sword, 8 passive with Feed the Fury and Fuel the Fight. And for the third notable,
Oh yes. This is what we love about Slayer Bleed over Jug Bleed, is you actually get some attack speed scaling.
either Heavy Hitter or Martial Prowess. For Jewels, here's a list of mods we want. Be sure to check the notes section and Path of Building. There's also a written guide for this build. If you ever run Earthquake, don't take the skill effect Duration Mastery, and be sure to pair it with less duration support. Try to avoid volatility for mapping, as it'll likely make clear inconsistent. The Hemophilia Gloves are a solid option if you'd like maximum clear with explosions, especially with a vulnerability on hit corruption. Be sure to check out my Recombinator Axe Crafting Guide to craft your endgame axe. Click like and...
What a nice little 6-minute guide. I love it. Where's the pub? %107% life? Holy fuck. No elements immune? I'm sure he's immune to the elements that matter. Ooh, reduced effect. 100% reduced shock effect. Brian King Garocon with the craft and the boots for 100% reduced shock, 90% reduced chill. So it's not real element immunity, but it's element immunity in like 95% of scenarios, which is fine. To an A-bomb? Does Shaft have increased shock effect? Well, I mean, that wouldn't even matter. Like, that shouldn't fuck you over nowadays, because they fixed all that to be multiplicative. The only thing that fucks you with the reduced shock that I know of is Expedition, because every other monster in the game was intentionally changed to be multiplicative instead of additive with player reduced shock scaling. The X is very big. That's just a recombinated axe and then multi, or like reforge for attack speed and craft the fizz multi. It's pretty big, but every endgame build should have that in the PvP. Is the opposition not work very well for Simu? It depends. As long as you're res overcapped and you have like a tiny bit of crit mitigation from like an armor mastery, you don't really need immunity to all the elements. Scorch is the most dangerous one, Brittle's irrelevant, and Sap is just like a tank mod. $15K trying to Timothy failed and gave up. How many did you lose? Too many. Sometimes you get fucked. I don't like the Marauder tree, how it looks here. It's nice, but it ain't wands and cats. It ain't wands and cats. Cats and wands. Alright, how big's our shit? Enemy skill recently, 55. Calcs, ground slam, radius 7. Pretty solid. Is it brinkmanship? Is it attack mastery? What's this? Armor per endurance charge stuff. Playing IR for full hybrid bases. Just the one good leech cluster. 2k second recovery. I wonder what the actual bleed DPS is. Yeah, so it's like right about dot cap. Nothing extra. My balance out of Karui. You want to use the fastest axe that you can while still doing good damage. Personally, I probably wouldn't even use Val. Like, if my axe isn't like implicit changed, I'm probably gonna use Wood Splitter. I wonder how much worse Wood Splitter is. Because it's faster, and we like being faster. But it's a smaller damage range, which is worse for volatility. Oh, I think he has the Fizz. Oh, that's the Conk from Warlord. $74. Attack speed. This dot multi. We're looking at. Yeah, I mean, that looks much better to me. Minus 1.2% bleed DPS, 13% attack rate increase. I'm a Sundering Axe enjoyer, I think. What's our gem socket looking like? And this is like dot cap without having to use echoes, which is super nice. How do you actually gain stacks on Warbanner nowadays? Is it per hit? Time in combat with things near you? Like, how do you... I thought it was like really bad. Like a really bad stack generation. Is there gonna have any recovery? Your recovery is like Leech, Life Flask, Recoup, Divine Shield stuff. Banner Mastery when you War Cry, it's perma uptime. This is a bleed build, so it doesn't really have much War Cry shenanigans. It's just like the only War Cry stuff is it's like just Seismic Cry, I think, is the main thing on Auto Exert, and then a Rallying Cry self-cast for single target. That's no Fist of War. He has really nice bleed duration too. So much mana unreserved. Camping on tomorrow. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna play the game tomorrow with whatever I decide to play. How do I make this character have like 2,000 more life? I need to Alkaiser this character basically.
Bleed problem can't wear a hunter belt. I mean, if I take this belt off, this is still way fucking better than hit-based slam DPS. And you're not gonna have that in Self-Found anyways. Like, farming this in Self-Found sucks, takes a long ass time. I'll do it every time. I'm pretty sure Arc cheats. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense to me is that he cheats. I just, like, he just has 10k life, and it's not fair. Doesn't make any sense. Alright, what do we got here? So we have some bleed duration things here. These clusters are okay. The main value is bleed duration, a little bit of life, but they're definitely something you could drop if you wanted to. There's not that much life nearby that we haven't grabbed. It's like 2 6%ers. If we just said fuck the mediums, which you definitely could do, you could say fuck the mediums, and then damn, look at that attack speed. It's a bleed build that has attack speed 196% increased. 196 increased? How much is fake? There's not even that much that's fake. I think there's like none that's fake. Look at Slammer POVs. We have some that's fake in ours. What is Slammer speed anyways? 264, but 40 of it's fake. So it's 224. And our base weapon's slower. Like actually comparable attack time. Well, if you want an also embossing, you could just use a Warcry thing for it. Which you don't Warcry as often on this build. Whereas his travel skills don't consume Warcries. Or do you not care with Seismic being your only thing? I feel like I would care still. Blade care about pure map mods than hit based? No, Blade cares about more map mods than hit based by a pretty good bit. It's like hit based can do fizz damage reduction because you can just overwhelm it. You can't overwhelm, so you can't do like endurance charges and PDR like really fuck up these builds. But this is way higher damage than the hit based slammer reaches, so even with that factored in that there's more tank mods that matter, this kills it a lot. I think avoid ailments. It's not avoid ailments, it's avoid impale, poison, and bleeding. I think it's the one that fucks you. You just can't do. Can you show me a POV of that card? Because I've never seen anywhere close to that. I like it though. It's a good build. It's a good build if this life number was just like 7,000 instead of 5.5. But like later on, you can just drop impact and go schizo, which he has a schizo version here. Let's look at this one instead. This one is schizo. Ooh, some Fetals. Some Fetals. Yeah, at one point Jewel's Untaken always looks weird, but I like the pathing change. Lets you take this if you want. The radius is still pretty solid. 5.3, but it's like, it's solid, but you wish it was bigger than that. You really want like 7. I deliver Jug Start. Well, the thing is, you can't put a jewel here. So it's like 302 life versus 429 and some resist and stuff. Jug Start's pretty weak. Yeah, bleed DPS looks like sub hit cap with that. But yeah, I definitely prefer Sundering Axe, 100%, if you're not using Synth for bleed. Give me that speed. It's like the same bleed DPS with just faster. How much are resistance slams? Probably a decent bit. In terms of damage. Still, I mean, defensively, I love Defy Pain. His speed looks really slow. I don't know if his, like, you can fix that very easily. Like the Static Strike maim shit, you could just not do for any content that's like, that's not the hardest shit in the game, and just have Rage and Momentum. Was that double Calandra's Touch? What is this technology? Oh, it's just a ring base. Alright, super end game. Let's go crits only to get rid of the bleed. Or Pride Abusers. The triple Water's Eye. The triple... That's not 10 mil, because Earthshatter has so many spike hits. Like, Earthshatter damage is at least double this, but close to triple when you factor in spikes. And in like really good layouts with walls nearby, it's like 4 times that. Holy fuck. Hell nah. Hell nah. I'm never going back to self-casting slams, or to self-casting work rise. It's not happening. No POB could ever convince me that it's worth it to do it. Yep, pressing work rise equals not attacking, amen. Here's a good 3s, okay. How about 1 and you press it once every 14 attacks? .47 leap slam, what the? Why is it so slow? Why is it so slow? What happened? Where's your speed? Where is speed? I'm a Slayer hater. Forever. Forever and always.
This bleed one is 0.39. And then Zerker. How do I make the Zerker not pad? Momentum 1. 0.35. That's not even that much slower or faster than that bleed version. Because bleed gets to use a wood splitter. I don't even know if I actually had it back on wood splitter in this one. I didn't. Let's wood splitter back in. 0.36. What? 0.36 with wood splitter back in. It's the same loop at speed as Zerker. We're getting there. Is it final? Is it real? Is it a good Slayer build? I refuse to believe it. Right up until you put in a cannot H map and then you hit yourself. I could get some more speed in this build though. I have jewels that are untaken. But defense, let's see. 29, 108. Whereas this Slayer. I mean, this I like the Schizo Slayer in game, how that looks. I like how that looks a lot. Actually, jewels then we can easily put in speed. Yeah, you gotta get the speed. Gotta get the speed. But like. Double cluster in the in-game setup for Feed the Fury, Fuel the Fight ×2. Is Heavy Hitter actually good? Why is this here? Can't you get Feed the Fury, Fuel the Fight in front? Isn't that possible? You can't? Oh, fuck. That sucks. I think you can get Feed the Fury, Martial Prowess, right? There's Feed the Fury, Veteran Defenders in front. But yeah, these could be speed if you wanted. These could all be Feed, Fuel, Martial, which are super easy to craft. And then you'd have triple speed on both your clusters. What the fuck is... Oh, he's putting in Pride. Prides and Fetals. Spider aspect. Yeah, the Schizo version is like so fucking tanky. As soon as you actually put Schizo into your POB, your build just looks like disgusting. Like so tanky. Nah, you don't take the same damage with Schizo. Like, 100 hit becomes 60, but you don't take 40 4 seconds later, you take 24. Based on the wording of it. So it's like a little bit of mitigation, but like, you're not going to really care about it too much because you've already dealt with the threat. It's 4 seconds after you got chunked. You've already dealt with the problem. Now Schizo reduces the fizz after armor, so unfortunately it doesn't help with that. I think the only thing that helps with armor is fizz conversion. I think it's like fizz conversion, and then armor, and then everything else. I think. So all your fucking Fortify, Flesh and Stone, Arctic Armor, everything is just always after. Yeah, I mean, the Schizo POB is definitely a little bit less. It's not hitting dot cap, it looks like, not as easily at least. But it's so tanky.
gonna step S and get a better 6 link, because it's usually not worth it. Like, things that lower your bleed duration aren't very good because it'll reduce your actual damage dealt in reality, even if it's good in PoB. Fist of War typically isn't that good for bleed in the end game because you're playing like Volatility or Slotha, which gives you such a huge damage range that you're not just applying one big bleed, you need to attack like many times to get a big duration high roll bleed, because your bleed range is 1 million to 33 million. So Fist of War not very good. And then we're down to our next best support after Fortify, which is, according to this, damage on full life. Ruthless is the same as Fist of War, where like you're not going to actually proc it on your big bleed very often. So our next best thing seems to be damage on full life, which is, if you're actually on full life, which you aren't always, it's a little better than Fortify. It's 14% better than Fortify, but 14% better for 5 points is typically not worth it. Yeah, like when you're playing Volatility or Slotha, it's not like you just attack. Like if you see an Ignite build that hits once and it says 30 million DPS, that means like you're actually just insta dot capped and you're doing fucking great. But on bleed builds, this is like the average bleed that you have after attacking for 5.25 seconds, and it's been aggravated, is dealing 26 million DPS. Which means if you actually want to be hitting dot cap for real, your bleed DPS number under these conditions probably should be closer to 45-50 million. But this is going to do a ton of fucking damage still, don't get me wrong. Like, this, as you saw in his video, this is a really good build. And it'll do a ton of damage. But bleed POBs do often look a little better than they actually are. I love that it's still 5 million hit DPS, even with bleed. Like that's sick. We love that. And that's like that's some fucking max hits with Schizo in. Like, god damn, that's max hits. Yeah, I really like the Slayer bleed setup more. I didn't realize you can get this much damage on bleed without playing echoes. Because ground slam like doesn't even hit that hard. I guess 725 is pretty big. But isn't Bone Shatter of self hit like 1000% plus all the flat it adds? If only Pulverize worked on bleed, man. I wish Pulverize worked on bleed. This is like one of my favorite supports. You just get all that increased AoE, attack a bit slower, but who cares? But then more damage just doesn't work on bleed. It's where it gives less speed, and you make up for it. It's fine. But wands? What's a wand? I don't know what a wand is. Yeah, the complex trauma Bone Shatter build doesn't map that good. Whereas this like Slayer bleed actually maps pretty fucking good. It's gonna map at pretty similar speeds as the Slammer does, maybe even faster in some scenarios. Another perk of bleed over hit-based. Hit-based Slayers typically go PT, which just adds even more map mods and archdem mods and things that can lower your real damage. Whereas bleeds get to go RT. Which is neat. But you get fucked by fist damage reduction, so kinda, you know, trade-offs. Okay, Jewel looks so weird. Yeah, I know. I like that the mediums got cut for this version. This is cool, but a cup of wand. Why does he have 30 rage? I guess rage is still useful. Gives you so much hit damage. And 67% damage tincture. Yeah, it's higher on hit, more leech, and fortify and stuff. Where's it coming from? Slaughter, not fair. Yeah, if that's the only source of rage, you're often not going to actually have it, but it's not important. Like, the rage is not important to your character's success. How do they generate endurance charges? Weapons up enduring cry. Oof. And then implicit? Oh, implicit, we're good. Oof. Alright. Eventually it's chest implicit. Requires some conflicts, but and you get the duration to make 11 seconds work right here. Not sure my frenzy node. I mean, the vast majority of the time you're not actually bossing, so and it's good for mapping. I normally take the frenzy node as well. How easy is it to actually aggravate these bleeds? It's like 11% there was static strike, and then we're exerting our static strike, so it's 37% chance per hit. Or is there more than that from somewhere else? So the RV's better. How long does RV last? Static strike lasts longer probably. Ah, still 3 seconds. Yeah, it's like 37%. Is what is this? This is Phase's Bleed Slayer. Bleed Slam Slayer. Looks pretty solid. Like a very hyper in-game, nicely curated thing though. So many tattoos. Rest in peace all the strength. How much life do you lose for this? 11 life per node. Oh, it's got a bunch of chance to cause bleeding tattoos too to drop this bleed wheel on the right. Random little, probably accidental fire wrist tattoo up here. Like 200? Yeah, it's not too bad. Oh, bait you into playing bleed. You've been baited. Get in there, bud. Play bleed. I definitely like to look at this a lot more than all the Kelmix Bone Shatters stuff. In-game act something you can never achieve. This is like an average of like 10k ults, not getting super unlucky on your attack speed reforges, and a bunch of divines chilling. The thing is, you can use an axe that's like not that much worse than this. Isn't even true in game. Yeah, I mean it's missing synth, but I would never beat this in Self-Found, not realistically. Without synth? How? How do you get dot multi and fizz dot multi? With the can you exalt non-attack repeatedly until you get it? But then you have to get speed as well. Reforge into speed, counter exalt annul. Until you hit dot multi. Oh damn, how hard is that to get? Like 1 in 50? Yeah, it's a bit better. A little 10% higher bleed DPS in this because it gets us set up to farm that. For T3, which is here, 7% on T3. Yeah, that's pretty rough to go for the T1. Just hit it. I like that. You could just hit it. I didn't think about that. What's the PDR count? We got 5 endurance charges. It's got 28 PDR, 30k armor, Fortify, Slayer DR, Schizo. The thing I like most about it compared to hit-based slams, because it's not playing echoes, you actually have Molten Shell on cast and damage taken. Whereas when you're playing echoes, you have to self-cast it. And then you're not self-hitting, so you're not having to deal with randomly getting chunked. Yeah, you could play echoes, but like, you could just not. Then you can do less defense maps without killing your self-hit. You can do just a lot of things so you don't care about self-hit. This average bleed roll on this setup, so this is Volatility Rasatha. And the average is 16 mil. 17 mil. Yeah, the range on volatility bleeds is always silly. Yeah, this is everything. This is Tincture, this is Warbender down, this is Spider stacked, Vuln, Pride Max stacks. This is everything. Hate Volatility Rasatha? Yeah, like the speed. Actually has good speed. DPS on Ursula Zerker with same investment is about the same, so that's clunky. I fully expect this to do more damage than Earth Shatter slams. Especially when you factor in like a little bit of downtime. Like this build needs uptime, but lucky damage graft. Unfortunately, lucky damage doesn't work on bleed. You'd think it would, but it doesn't. It's not Ubers? No, it's not. I was endgame is 16 mil on bleed or on hit based Zerker slams. It's like counting spikes. One hit is over 100 mil on hit Zerker. I feel like anytime that number gets meaningfully higher, I'm just going to assume it's clicking aspect and then probably also running pride and self-casting Warcries. Gotta run DoD, but if you're making a guide for softcore, you know, play Carnage. Yeah, one good hit doing over 100 mil, love that. Love doing 120 million damage with one hit of your thing. But you have to like have your fucking static strike going and aggravate the bleed and all kinds of stuff. War banner down. I still don't even, like, for some reason POB doesn't tell you how war banner gets stacks. Let's see what the wiki actually is for that. Okay, it doesn't even say on the gem in the wiki. The wiki doesn't say how it gains stacks. Alright, let's check in game.
Godslayer.
Why does it just not tell you? From melee combat, we have numbers. How much for a hit? Oh. The wiki's got, wait, this wiki has it, so on the banner section that has it. One Valor on kill. The thing with the on kill, and the reason why I hate new banners, it's one on kill, but has a cooldown. Old War Banner, you killed 20 monsters, you got 20 stacks. And then you could drop your War Banner, get your Adrenaline proc, fight a rare, have fun. But the cooldown affects the on kill, which is very dumb. But yeah, against bosses, 2 per second. It's map boss button? Yeah, I know. Like, old War Banner was a press it 10, 20 times per map on every tanky rare and on the map boss, on every mechanic, every harvest spot. New War Banner is a gem socket and you press it on the map boss and that's it. Hold alt on War Banner in game. What does that do? Oh shit, you can get more info. Badass. Yep. Yeah, dropping banners. I don't mind dropping banners. $42,190, but that is with fast up. Very tanky. But not that much tankier than Zerker. And if I wanted, like, you could go Schizo on Zerker instead of the 5 pain. I just don't want to lose the damage and stuff. I wonder how much damage we get per one of these. 1.2%. We're sleeping on, they're possibly unique jewels. What, from breach stuff?
Yeah, you definitely could get a few really good ones. I wish there was a unique ammo that was good for this build, except for Defiance of Destiny. The mace rather than axe. I really value in T17s having the ability to go destroy on kill. It's super important. Considering ashes, if it was 2 more spikes maybe, but 1 more spike, I don't think so. Which I go crit. Crit was only last league because we had a busted helmet that gave you 15 base crit for free from mercenary loot, but that's gone. So around slams in 2 or 3. That's the highest thing on that time frame. I mean, yeah. If I'm only playing slams for like a day or 2, I would just play Zerker for sure. I just don't like slams because I don't like the ceiling on slams. But the ceiling on this is actually like pretty fucking respectable. It's got a good speed, it's got, with Schizo, it's got really solid max hits. And its damage reaches a point that I think is decent. Did FaZe actually play that build last league? Or is it like a new thing he made? As it's the entire screen. That's one thing that Earthshatter has better, though, is its coverage. Ground Sim's really big. Did it last league? Alright, there are more cries in hideout. Like, every Earthshatter attack hits your entire screen. Basically, every single Earthshatter is Val Ground Slam. It's going off screen up there, it's going to the edges of the screen, left and right. It's going all the way to the bottom, like every single one. Whereas, because you can't use Pulverize, you're going like not even off screen up top, and only going in 2/3 of directions, not all 3. So like you're gonna map faster a bit on Earthshatter. It's just the single target for specifically 17s that feels bad. Isn't it zoomed out? It's just distance to the edge of your screen on a non-widescreen monitor. It's not zoomed out. It looks kind of weird because of how small it is, but it is not zoomed out. Yeah, like Schizo loses the area node. This is true. Unlike the non-Schizo setup. Oh, I didn't change skills. Maybe there's something meaningfully different on skills. Oh no, this changes everything. Looks like. Oh, badass! I didn't know that was a thing. Drop culprits to get Call on Axe. I like it a little bit, but there's some speed here. Some speed, yeah, it's just because impact doesn't work on more melee damage. Like, if impact worked on ailments, and if ground slam's multiplier also worked on ailments, this build would be fucking nuts. Just free 40% more damage. Yeah, the max hits on the non-Schizo setup are a good bit lower than Zerker. It just gets less max res, and this is with a lot of max res jewels where Zerker has none. I like it though. Cool build. I don't think I'm gonna play it. Then rage would work. Well, no, rage doesn't work on bleed. And that's like, you know, that's just a distinction for rage, but I just feel like generally multipliers for skills should probably work on bleed. %, increased life. Yeah, if you can get that Foulborn Jewel. That would help. Let's see what Exile's doing on This is his slam POB. So it's all up here instead of over here. Keeping Wrecking Ball. Gets the old Lust for Carnage. We love Lust for Carnage. Oh, it's no suppression. Imported my guy for gear. Not on this one. Maybe later. Then suppress gear. Yeah, it's there. For later. Is he doing... Yeah, like he self-casts I think a little more sometimes. Or no, this is a full auto-zert setup as well. Yeah, this is like right about the same damage as my setup and very similar everything. Except this path thing, but it's gonna have like right about the same damage as that's my shit. I don't think there's really like a reasonable way to get past this point in stuff on gear. What's the Schizo? Yeah, Schizo's a Bloodline Ascendancy, where you take 40% less damage from hits, and then you take 40% of that damage 4 seconds later as life loss. But you can't use normal jewels. You can only use cluster jewels, Intuitive Leap, Impossible Escape, and Threat of Hope. So you can't use, you know, Light of Meaning, you can't use Watcher's Eyes, you can't use normal jewels. So it's a pretty decent downside for a very, very, very powerful upside. Really good for ascendancies that have 6 good points and don't gain a lot from base jewels. That's why it fits well into the Slayer Bleed character, because your 8th point on Slayer Bleed is like, it's kind of shit. So you can do that with not too much downside. And it's such a strong upside. 40% less from all hits is crazy. Yeah, Light of Meaning's massive damage in this build. And I'm not even fully like using Light of Meaning. Because you can click some Impale nodes and Lust for Cards and stuff and get even more value if you want to. Go Cleaving. Why not playing Bleed Slayer over Zerker? Because I'm pretty sure I just want to do a League Start Slammer, and then I want to pivot to something with Energy Blade later on. Yes, there's a lot of damage lost. Isn't Foulborn for that equivalent with Schizo for tankiness? I mean... I wouldn't say it's equivalent. Like, if you got, hypothetically, let's just pretend it was free. We spent no extra points. We go from 29 to 35. Which is solid. But 29 to 43 on the 40% less. It's like, we're never going to even consider the damage you take 4 seconds later because it's never going to matter. Yeah,
It basically only matters if you're in a continuous state of damage taken danger for an extended period of time, which is abnormal. It is very abnormal to be in that space. Like typically, you tank some shit, you almost get one shot, and then like you either log out or you jump away or you kill the thing that was dangerous. You know, the danger is typically over. And if you realize after 4 seconds straight of getting fucked, fix it. Like, do something different. No, so Schizo is hits only. It's not degen. Yeah, seeing it as 44 fortification is a good way to think of it defensively. Stasis Prism and Daily Node. Even if... Nah, I hate the Daily Node personally. The Madness one, like... Even if this didn't give you Embrace Madness, if all of the upside of this was just free, I still wouldn't take this on almost any build ever, if there was no downside, if it was just the upside. Like, ramping 4% increased damage taken over 15 seconds, it's just... This has relevance less than like 1% of the time you're playing your character. Yeah, it's like the Glad node. That's the kind of shit you would only ever take if you're doing like early bossing or something like that. But the downside with Glorious Madness, of course, means you would never take it unless your build was already solving for Madness, for the boots. And even then, like, yeah, fuck it. The Herald stack note's insane. Yeah, I gotta look a little more into the Herald stuff. Just because, like, the fact that you use Essence Worm for it means you get Grace too. So it might actually be pretty solid. Because you get to use that defensive thing and then go for innovation ES setup. But that's only on KB of non-clustering, it's only on base KB. I wonder what we would do on that, in that scenario. Liege of the Primordial, Bringer of Ruin, Bastion of Elements, Schizo, or Cats. Base KB is better skill anyways. Do you feel the same way if that Rune graft for free fork and chain actually works? What Rune graft? There's just a Rune graft that gives your skills can only fire one proj, +1 fork, +1 chain. And if that first line of text doesn't disable all extra proj from clustering, it's kind of nice. Nothing beats 9 proj KB. What the fuck? Why do you have 9 proj? 9 proj? There's walls, brother. Deadeye Awaken Gem. Awaken GMP. Alright, dude. Alright, dude. Like 3 proj KB already kills all trash monsters. After that point, we're just optimizing for single target. You don't do single target. My man's out here skipping Fortress Boss on KB. As many mobs in the 5-way Legion. Ah. Yeah, Blood Barrier is really good. That was like the first Ascendancy they showed us, and it's also the one that immediately looked just like really strong. 5 max res, 30% overcap on your life. But who wants the cryptology gear? Who wants to do that? And you have to have really good life regen to actually make use of it. What's the most sane wander start? I feel like it's gonna be Hyro. But like, I haven't tried the witch starts yet, and I don't think I'm going to. Has Jung done another run yet? For anything witch related? Oh, he's doing one right now. On a witch. Perfect. Oh, he's sick and can't talk. Pure necro test. Extremely sick. No mic, no cam. What do we got? What do we got? He's playing KB from the get. Just instant KB. With power stuff and totems for single target. And Exile's doing a Elementalist run. Just a fire Elementalist run. And then this is gonna pivot into Fizz dot later. Did he farm a gem in lab? Why is it 153 timer in Act 4? What the hell? Everything explained. Rerunning zones to teach? Oh, fuck. Y'all ain't never catching me doing that. That's crazy. You can get the words, you can't get to much more than that. God, wanding just looks so fucking cool. I hope it... I got a wand. I have the wand, it has to be good. Because it looks so cool. Like when you just shoot a kinetic skill out of your wand and the screen explodes, like... Even if it's bad, you have to do it. Isn't wand 0 single target? That's like the biggest problem with wands. Yeah, like that's up there. Druid's already top skill. Bro, you don't fight bosses. I need an all-around character that can do everything because I'm playing alone. I'm alone. I have to kill my own bosses. I have to kill my fucking fortress boss. The ultimate monstrosity, the hardest foe to defeat in the entire fucking game, fortress boss. Like, Ubers aren't hard, but fortress boss? Probably can't listen to swaps. Do you have that character still invoked? Like, can you log into it and just attack the fortress boss and see what happens? Technically, if you're playing base KB with infinite proj, you could kite fortress boss to the wall and then fight him from melee range, attacking the wall, and keep him against the wall and just like shotgun off of it. Action speed reduction for every skill used recently? That's fine. But it's not miserable. I mean, if it... Oh god, I'm so slow. The quicksand. Why do instant skills count, man? Like if you just start all the way over here, just kite the fuck out of the wall, you just one-shot him. You don't have one in softcore? What's the slow? This is the, it's got that shitty action speed mod. 4% reduced per civilians recently. Oh, 30 crit chance. Had him there for crit stuff. Yeah. Shoot diamond shrine. Save my wrists? My wrists are invulnerable. Does it count me kill with 10 3 buffs? Not really. Alright. Does anyone have a an elementalist wanding POB already? It isn't shit. They don't? Darn. It's gonna feel so weird being a build that scales crazy with spell damage, and you still just path out like this. I hate how bad the entry into this wheel is. Like, why are both entry and exit awful? Young's Necro POV. I want to look at Herald stuff. And I'm trying to think how it would look. Jung is a Herald's Zerker POV. Like, the thing is, like, he's making softcore trade POVs, so they're almost always like actual, like, proper, genuine zero defense, like not even a shred of it. How do the sockets even work on this? So we're using base KB, not clustering. And then a bunch of golems and shit. What are we using? Okay, not chaos. We're using ice golem, flame golem, stone golem. What's the other one? Lightning golem. Where's it at? And then we need heralds. So we're gonna have like Herald of Thunder and Herald of Ice. Linked to, at league start, linked to nothing, genuinely. Yeah, that's what I expected. Fucking Utula's Hunger. Yeah, that doesn't matter. He loves it. It's good in softcore, using all these like uniques and things that don't have any life on them, and just rip it. Get a bunch of life. Easy unique, corrupt it. Saturn has no roll ranges. Neat. So, opening Grace.
in this ring. Let's do level 20 gems. There's nothing you can put on Heralds that actually increase the buff except for Empower, right? And then Awakened Daily Focus, which we obviously don't have at the start. Stone Golem of Safe Guardian. Isn't that just gonna like instantly die if I ever get hit by melee damage? That's neat though. But like we want the defenses here. I'm pretty sure it's these four. Better him than me. Ah, we have Grace, we don't die, it's fine. God, I hate wand pathing. Oh, that's a reserve mastery on the Herald thing. Neat. We don't care about any of those. Care about any of those. We're not schizo early game, so we have that. Why do those reserve so much? Yeah, the 80% reduced, you know, the increased offset. That's such an insane swing. But yeah, like these three, I hate that you can't run Physioflex still with this. These three, and then like Bloodline Cat is probably what I would do. But early on, you just run Shaper for the Fizz conversion. Because I want to survive. I want to like somehow. Yeah, I mean that's hopeless. You can never run anything except for these two. So you're always gonna just go full on the Heralds. Alright, I forgot it's Herald Bloodline for this build. That's why it's a thing. So we have to do like this shit. The walls suck, yeah, because they're... That's exactly what I would expect Tembu. And that's the thing that I like want to try to solve, but I don't know if you can. I also hate that like I kind of still have the path here. Even if I'm not playing Fork, like kind of still have the path here. But not being able to run Tempest Shield just means like your spell block is off to such a worse start instantly, which is like the Herald thing always means you just can't run Tempest Shield. And multi-shot Anoint is like a little too rough. And you want to be here to click them better anyways. So like your pathing is still exactly as fucked as it is on Templar. I mean you don't have to do Mind Over Matter stuff at least, so you save those points. Even these points kind of suck if you're getting so much like Tribrid flat. You got here to use Sniper's Mark, maybe. How much mana do you have for this? 2,000. Not gonna have that early. Make one Herald 99%, use Calamitous and Essence Storm with the Tempest Shield. Well, we have to Essence Storm the Grace to have any amount of evasion. Oh, they have a point in doing bottom popping. There's not very many suppressed. The thing is, it's elemental elements, and there's not really any of these that we care about because we have to be immune to the ones that matter, anyways. If it was all elements, including poison, we would do it. But it's only elemental, so it's pretty rare to use it. 84% life. Yeah, that's how these end up. That's not a problem if the ES number was actually a real number, but it's not gonna be, I don't think. We need this to just like reserve more basically. But we don't have empower at that stage, so we'll just put in like random shit. $45 each, that's fine. With Grace. I'm just pretty sure the moment I put an ES gear into this, it's gonna be like negative, yes, if we're wearing full evasion ES gear. But no discipline. Not gonna have all the int on the gear. They still have evasion. I mean, I think technically skipping block on this would be fine. Wouldn't even want flat on these things, on these two slots. Or like 5k, 5k. I finish this 4.5k, 5k. But the evasion number's real. Technically, spellwalk is skippable. Suppression and stuff. I don't know. It's just it's not going to be anywhere close to slams. You can't really click CI for a while. I feel like the mana version of Constrain is the highest chance of actually being playable early on. And that's Hyro. If the Wander builds were actually fast builds, I would be so much more inclined to try. But all of these non-Deadeye Wander builds aren't even like actually fast. Necro might be. I'm excited to see how Jung's little Necro setup goes, if it seems strong from a cool or something.
Gotta play Chain Hug. I'm convinced. Link the Pob, let's see it. Link the Pob, I'll play it. It didn't. I really just Grace, huh? A game time decision. Yeah, that's kind of what it's seeming like, isn't it? Oh shit, Jung has acquired 2 Proj KB. I padded was that Slayer POB. Attack speed wise, not padded at all. Defense wise, not padded at all. But single target wise, like that was bleed damage, bleed DPS with a, you know, War Banner, Vuln, aggravated, after attacking for 5 seconds straight to get a good high roll bleed. So it's like, you know, decent bit. What's 4 banner? Yeah, who knows? So like it's a little padded, but like if you just chop 30% damage off that POB, off like the POB number of bleed, that's like fair to think about. But speed-wise, it's going to be pretty similar speed to Zerker Slam, I think. And if your goal is to play Slammer for a much longer period of time, then I think that Slayer build is definitely going to be scaling better than Zerker or Shudder is, I think. But if your goal is Slammer for like 2-3 days and then reroll, I would just stay Zerker personally. But if you want to play for like 10 days and like really min-max the first character, then the Slayer I think is better. Slayer bleed. Expecting the Beefton. That's something that I still want to look into more, but I just don't know where to start. Is more chieftain stuff. With Bloodlines, like go Valico, and then just go like Cat, like double Cat, and then play 400% Fire Res for Fire Pen, and then I'm not sure what from that point, but which graft for slams? The only one that I know you're using is the Molten Shell one. Like that one you're for sure using. I think it's called Heart of Flame. It's a Zoff graft. And the second one, aside from that, we don't know yet. There's still 6 hand grafts we haven't seen yet. None of the ones we've seen except for Molten Shell are like going to be that important later on as their flat damage numbers get outscaled. Early on, I like the Ghoul Hand Slam one. Yeah, the best worker one requires you to work yourself though. Yeah, the Covered in Ash one's super good for fire things. One more test run. The way to convince myself to start Wander is not to do a test run. It's to just like play this guy a little more. I don't think we know that Marty, but we suspect that.
then that rear lives for 10 seconds. Oh my god, a breach. IGB! What? So how I should go CI instack and everything else. I tried to make a CI instack POB and I failed miserably. I couldn't make it look good. But I wish it could. Because that's like the best way to have actual defense. With the NATO there, it's still just like so few explosions actually hit the boss with the skill. Taking on this boss. Oh, this and but this character sucks. But also, I still agree, even though this character sucks. Like my like day 3 hardcore self on POB has about 15 times this damage. Not counting Wall of Force. But even with 15 times this damage, it's still heavily reliant on Wall of Force to be able to kill Fortress boss. Because like the only reason Beach boss gets chunked at the start like that is because it's by a wall, which is basically simulating Wall of Force. The dual tip, 100k. Oh, I think they count some. Very satisfying. Yeah, I mean, even just triple this damage, the clear would feel so good. Like in T16s with triple this damage, the clear would feel fucking amazing. For damage, but like mobility, I'm just so slow. And even if I had Tiger Rune graft, I'm still never gonna be fast. Yeah, like when it's by a wall and you actually get overlaps, it's decent. The problem is like something to do with how clustering spread works. 0 clustering proj hit the target the proj hits by default. It's just 0. Whereas base KB, I don't think works that way, right? Pretty sure base KB if you hit them. Like if you're that tornado, genuinely 0 proj or 0 area hits ever hit you. And that's one thing I still don't know. Although Fortress boss might be big enough that he gets hit by a lot of them. But I'm not sure what you're supposed to do to make it so the area hits actually work. Except for being near a wall. Because like the tornado isn't like really changing that. It's still just 0 hits in the middle. Yeah, it's with fork. To the fortress boss. Alright, Sanctuary I have to do. And I defeat Lycia. Alright, we can't scour these. That's ideal. Consecrated ground, that's not ideal. Physical is chaos. I don't have any chaos resist. Haste isn't fair. Perfect. Monster life, life is yes. Enfeeble. Let's kill blue monsters. Alright, we're not gonna let go. He's stronger than us. Ah. Kind of really tanky if you think about it.
Must have time to gather.
Ah, that's a bug! Right, you can't call my gear Alchem go. What the hell? I have good gear. Bug. We're in, boys. We made it. I'm kind of fucking them. I'm kind of really strong. Ah. Bug. But that character sucks. But this character would suck too. It's over. 100% second card of this league? Yeah, hardcore stuff on a Wander League start is not the best. I mean, like, obviously you would never walk into a 17. One more league saves it. Yeah. That character's, like, this character is bad. This is the kind of meme double cap POV with like 1.7 milli. I kind of want to just go here and not working. Why is it 300? Oh right, all the conflict that we don't actually have. Only 8 times. Oh, class are up. When they shouldn't be. 10 times. Yeah. The real gear is about 10 times that. With no wall. I feel like the skill genuinely is fucking awful without wall. I've never like really sat in there and like looked at it mechanically. But I'm pretty sure base KB does not work that way. I'm pretty sure base KB, if you hit the target with a proj, it can also be hit by the area. Whereas KBF clustering, there's a 0% chance the area will hit it. But let's just do like 10 times damage. 10 times damage. We open it up at 255. I think 10% is this notch right here, I think. It's 3 tank mods, yeah. But like 3 tank mods is normal in hardcore 17s. You're either doing 3 tank mods or you're doing 3 damage mods. So we'd be through the ES right now, I think. I think that's 10%. What's that, 30 seconds to break through the ES? Without wall? Like, literally, wall is the only chance for that skill. In hardcore gear. It's just fully based on wall being fucking OP. Because the skill just doesn't hit. Like, it genuinely does not hit on single target. Like, look at the boss and how often she's getting hit by an area hit. It's so rare. It's like 1 in like 30. Because of higher AoE? No, that's just how the skill works. Like, that's just how clustering works. Whereas base KB, I can show you, I can buy it.
Hail.
It's easily. I can't. Like, base KB has random spread within the circle. A little more random spread. Then clustering is like always like this like super wide, only at the edge. Like clustering's explosions can only spawn at the edge. Yeah, that's what we have. But it still requires walls to be good. Like, look right now with the tornado there. It's not like things in the middle are like... So if I'm right here, the boss is on Einhar, we're blasting the NATO, then we get some. I think with my area I have to be a little further, like this far, then we get some. Like 1 or 2 area hits per attack. Maybe. But we got a toxic sewer, baby. Home. Whoa, home.
Exile!
I got some like 90 times right there. We have walls. We have walls. There's walls everywhere. I think Blessed Totems add like less than 10% damage, so we don't have the links for them. And they just die all the fucking time. I use totems all throughout the campaign, but as soon as you're in maps, if you're doing any hard content at all, totems just get one shot by everything. Without Indigon? Oh wait, no Indigon. This is the sum total of all of this gear is worth about 35 alch shards and 4 alterations, I think. Have faith in the wall. Have faith in the wall. Alchemical gear explained. Yeah. Yeah, those characters like genuinely fucking atrociously bad. What if your cape created spikes and you blew them up with your war cry? Whoa. That's an interesting idea. Is it manual cast? No, it's on Spellslinger, so it's just like constantly being spammed. So like you hit your tornado instead of hitting the boss, and then the proj goes through the tornado, hits the boss again. And that lets you get some of the area hits on the boss. And then ideally you put a force wall back there, and all of these forked out projes that are going through the tornado and hitting that force wall will then also cause explosions that hit the boss. Which in theory could give you like triple damage for like 4 seconds whenever you touch the wall. And by triple damage I mean the same damage that you do when you have a normal wall, which is still not really that high. One is just need gear. They just need gear. Frostwall doesn't do anything. Frostwall was disabled from working with these mechanics. It was too OP a long time ago. It's only this new wall of force they're making. But it has a 8-second cooldown, so can't sling it. Yeah, when you have walls, holy shit, when you have walls, your skill fucking owns. Like Earthshatter in that regard, except Earthshatter actually does damage without my kills on late game. No, it's like a mid game item, I think. In late game, you would always play Indigon. You press Arcane Cloak, and then you just get like 4,000% increased spell damage. Or should I gamble 1 ice and get 4 stones? Yes, sir. I kind of want to pop the Slayer build a bit, see if I can make this Slayer bleed thing look a bit stronger. That could be neat. I just don't know if I want to play that. Like, for like the final build. Gotta figure out the final build. Makes the game more meaningful, true. Elementalist, ground stem of earth shattering, ignite. The fuck? How do you survive? You're at the wrong, like, you're at the wrong part of the tree.
Like, what if you just played Slayer still and then just converted the fire and then ignited? Hop in and think about what's the new Battle Royale game mode. I played a little bit of that with Max and Lip and some of the WoW dudes. Absolutely fucking clobbered some nerds in duos. Like, Max got downed out of my chopper by 2 guys on the street, so I drifted my fucking chopper across the street, went into the gunner seat, and killed both. Never been cooler in my life. That bird didn't happen. I don't have Shadowplay running these days. No, I don't think it's big compared to the Zerker. I think it's a good build. It looks solid. I have no idea how the progression goes, how it feels early game and whatnot, but it does look pretty solid to me. Just League start Energy Bed Ignite. I don't think it's that. I like how Energy Bed Ignite looks later. I haven't really gotten too far into the POB yet. It's mostly just like 4 mod or combinated ES gear with like nothing special at all. With Balbola. This version like doesn't have suppression yet. With block recovery on block, but I don't think this is good enough attack block. And like if this character had 2000 more ES, attack block was capped, and it had suppression cap, I would like where it currently is, but that's also, I mean, I think golems eventually die in the late game as well, you have to worry about that. And then we still have the speed problem where like you have like some attack speed scaling, but you basically just have lightning golem. Like all of your scaling is the generic scaling every build has, and then lightning golem. And you have no move speed. You have 20% move speed, and then you have flask, so it's the same speed as Wander. Like nothing is fast. Nothing's zooming. Like the fastest things that I have ever looked at for this whole league with the current meta, it's like it's all I mean, Necro Wander would be fast, but it's just like melee is what's fastest because you can scale attack speed and then you can leap. Maybe we should just look into the bleed mid-max. Necro Wander. Yeah, Jung's doing a run right now that I'm watching, but he's still in campaign on like Giga softcore setup. So he has 0 mana. There's a few different ways you can play Necro Wander. I think what Jung's doing, I think, is clustering convert to chaos with the cluster node and whispers and just stacking fizz and chaos for mana. But like basically you're stacking mana and then you're still reserving all of your mana. So like it's just full softcore. But you have better block, at least. Oh, I mean this is like a super early game thing. She actually still has Mind Over Matter clicked in this version. With Crown and stuff. Fuck. Move speed check, 28%. We're playing melee, guys. We're playing melee. Or not, but like
how can I go faster? It's like slams, obviously slams are okay. Slams are kind of fast. But like slams are not designed to attack speed stack. We can go faster. Like, this is controllable. Assault Pride for haste. I don't want Pride. No auras here, brother. Me out. Get a haste merc, if only, if only. It's like that much worse than Zerk. On hit base slams, I don't like it. But on the bleed thing, on Phase's bleed thing, I like that one a decent bit. And I feel like on that bleed setup, you can scale speed almost better than you can on hit based. Because you don't really care if you have too much of it. You don't have like worker cooldowns or anything that matter too much, only seismic for mapping. And no undeck optional. I mean, eventually in the end game, you're always gonna have an annoying because annoyance are super strong. General Scry just pops spikes very fast because there's a 30-second cooldown. Slayer's Smite's still gonna pop off. I have no clue if it ever did. I guess we just got a Mage Flood. See, last league I would have been down to attempt that, but this league is like every good farming strat is kind of dead, or like every like brokenly overpowered farming strat's dead. You need Mamba build? Me too, brother. Me too. So there's not really a Mage Blood farm in this league, except just like Cope. Pale worth it these days, and Pale's kind of mediocre, just not quite strong enough. It's too nerfed. Really try your wacky builds, and Necromancer and take got nerfed. Yeah, I mean, like what I was thinking was, if you don't do T17s. Your character doesn't actually need to be very strong. Like to zoom farm 16 content, you don't need to be that strong. But what build is better at that than just like a melee leaper? Like eventually I could maybe get like some wander up there, but I feel like only Deadeye Wanderers are ever gonna have the mobility to actually matter. And those things fucking suck. Berserker Wander. Rage is attack speed. Okay. How do I do damage without replica Alberons? Iron Will, but like where's my base damage come from? Is there a strength stack model on influence wands, or is that only on Semp? Light radius stack? Okay. Has that not been nerfed yet? Run Wrath. That little clustering guy I was playing, it's like 10, like it's like 1.2 thousand free base damage, like minimum and maximum, and it still looks like that damage wise. Power the Siphon Archmage totems and switch later? You could. I mean, what Rune was talking about was just doing like actual mana man and swap later. Fox was doing KBOC champ. Interesting. Like, you could still play actual mana man, like it still works. Like I have that character. Did I kill him off? I think I did. Like, why are these enchanted like that? Like, the skill moves fast at least. You can do actual mana man. Run Grace through defense. Versus slams. It's pretty similar to slams, I think, in like at this tier level. In speed wise, but I definitely think Leap Slam can go faster. I prefer pressing Leap Slam over Wintry Blast personally. And the mana on Mana Man does kind of suck in the end game. Like I think I actually run out of mana right now if I try to play it. Nah, these are just 10 Cascade ones. Yeah, like Earthside is way higher damage than this for sure.
Death will never come for an immortal.
But the point of this would be, yeah, the mana problem is not ideal. For these characters, mana doesn't work anymore.
Mortal.
Like Mana Man, I think is a better league starter than Wanding on Templar, I think. Because you actually get
Your foe burns
you get Grace.
Mortal. Arise, my children. Feed. Give your soul to me. Your soul burns for me. Arise, my children. Feed. Give your soul to me. Arise, my children.
This character also sucks in 17, it's definitely still worse than Zerker Slimer probably worse than the Slayer Blade thing by a lot.
Must have time to gather.
I don't know if it's Zerker. Yeah, I mean, if possible, I'd like to not start it just because I did it last leg and Gauntlet, and I'd like to not to. I'd like to not to. I'd like to not do that if I could avoid it. But I just don't think any of the Witch and Templar like wantingly starts are real in Hardcore Soulbound. Pretty sure that it's just not going to work. It's not like it's just missing like one thing. It's like I need it to move faster, I need it to be tankier, and then it needs to do more damage. Like it's lacking in all three categories, not just one or two. How ours doesn't hit? Nothing. Yeah, bouncing. I've never actually played that build on Pathfinder the way it's supposed to be played. But I tried to POB some Mamba stuff, but with the nerf to Whispers, I just like, I'm not a huge fan. This was like a similar gear level as like the E-Blade Ignite stuff, but being forced to dual wield just means you're never gonna have the best defense. You're never gonna be like block capped, life on block. It's never gonna happen. And with like pretty solid gear, like that's just not that big of an ES number. Considering this is using the mana SES thing. Like it's not a bad build by any means. And this is also probably not a very good version of it. This is something I threw together in 20 minutes to check how it looked with this shit. Like it does get to, like it gets to run 3 defensive auras, which is nice. But that's just not that big of an ES number for this gear. Like if this gear was dot capped, we'd be chilling, but still a ways off. E-Blade Mamba. Wait, can you do that? Oh my god, you can. Assassin E-Blade Mamba with B-Nose. We're in. That actually sounds sick. But obviously we don't have B-Nose. I don't even know what these large clusters are. I think they're nothing. Like the large clusters, these are just shit ones. But like what you would do is just get more ES, more int, more effect on these for these 3 points, in theory. Or just farm some voices. Did Ignite look better? It looks neat. It looks like a neat idea, but this character is the same speed problem as all the other builds, and it's not quite defensive enough. But like E-Blade Eviscerate does do like a ton of fucking damage on very mediocre gear. You just like swap to Eviscerate, put Tincture on instead of Quicksilver, and you hit dot cap like instantly. But like defensively, yeah. Mobility wise, yeah. Ain't nothing gonna be Trickster, stacking attack speed, running haste, positive 1 step ahead. Can't you Aegis? There's not only a reason to Aegis when you could instead just get ES on block and block. This build is missing a little bit of ES and suppression. That's what it's missing defensively. Well, Leap Sewing Knight? I mean, this is Leap Sewing Knight. I just don't think you should press Leap Sam. Instead, you can just show treasure around and press Reeve. Because I don't think you're going to have the mobility for the Leap Sewing to actually be fast, when it's linked with damage supports with the alt scroll version. Flicker Strike's a very slow build. When you actually factor in having to loot, Flicker Strike is just bad at pretty much everything. Come on and slam. And welcome to the jam. One thing about playing the Slayer Blade build though, because a good chunk of its speed is coming from clusters, its league start speed would be a little bit slower than Slam's. This character was fucking, that's some damn. Ow. I don't think. Can I play Caustic Arrow with 300 movement speed? If only there was a really good Bloodline for it. Your Minion advice right now? I love Minions, dude. I'm like fucking such a Minion fan. Checking on Jung, doing Cruel Lab. Is he about to Cruel Lab into Corpse Pack and just pop the fuck off? You know all the Bloodlines? Yeah, we know them all now. He's logging out after Cruel. Fuck. Yeah, but Hexus Plants is gonna be good. I mean, isn't that skill dead? Didn't they delete it from the game? One of the neat things about trying to target belts for this one is that you'll just get Mage Blood instead.
One more Zerker Fortress. One more. A little bit of limit testing. Not that much testing. That's a baby one. Let's just mess one more. It's like, this is one more, but in case there's more one mores, we're prepared. On the D-Blade, I mean, the Zerker can do it, but the Zerker can also die. Like my min-max character from last league in Self-Bound could put in like pretty much any mods in P17 and was invulnerable and was fast as fuck and killed the boss in 5 seconds. Yeah, it's goals, things to strive for and reach for. And with Zerker, like, we're never gonna be invulnerable, never gonna be that fast. Never gonna do the most damage. So it's a good start build, but it's not like it's not a forever build, you know? Zerker is like the 800 square foot, 2 bed, 1 bath. With like the neighborhood fireworks special, you know? And we're trying to upgrade. What's Slayer then? Slayer's homeless, but that's okay. You have a leap start house, that's alright. I missed. It's trash. Was it trash? It's a little conversion one. Definitely from this. I'm not sure. I kinda want a POV a strength stack wander. I just know it's mage build only. Yeah, some of these little spitters that are pretty rare. Fizz spitters. Yeah, like I could do like some Zenith shit later on, but Zenith is just like worse than this. Like a 10 mirror Zenith character is like probably fucking worse than this character. Even though it one-shots the boss, it's just slower on everything else.
The infinite.
Junction with corpse pack. Oh shit, he's still going. Yeah, he would. Addicted to the speed. Can't stop it after you get an upgrade. See it. You have the full setup. I mean, it's just corpse pack. So what is he spell slinging? VD Cascade. Did I just see Barrage on his KB? No. Man, that one sucks. And corpse pack's buff next patch, so it ramps faster. You only have to kill, is it 50 corpses instead of 100 next patch to cap out? Shit. Oh! Easy. Not even close. Safe. Actually, it's popping off. It's popping off. He's blasting. I would just farm for replica Oberons on this. See if we can find any. I usually like to just go builds self-found mercenaries. Replica Alberons. Kinetic Blast. Or Strength Stacker. A Deadeye. Mage Blood. No Mage Blood. What a Simplex. What a very humble Simplex. On 10 of these. Yeah, it's not super rare. Like farming a Replica Alberons is fine. He has no chest. Gotta be Jug. He has a good amount of strength. Like, I would want it to be on Jug. But do you have to be Jug? Do you have to be? Like, you get Jug, Undeniable, Unstoppable, and then what? Double Cat? But the Cat gives you action speed, so you don't even, like, need. Because Unbreakable sucks, Untiring sucks if you're not self-hitting, Unflinching sucks when you're a Wander. So you need 2 points from Bloodlines. After these two, you need 2. Yeah, I mean, like, you could, instead of going Cat, on Feral with your Spectre. You can't get Schizo and Cat, unfortunately. It's two different ones. Like, instead, like, the thing is, you also don't need Fertile. Wills cannot be stunned. But, like, 100% increased damage and regen, it's just, like, not very strong. The left one, crit immunity, some crit and accuracy. You're already going to be accuracy capped. I feel like I just wouldn't bother with the Spectre. But if you only go Hunt Leader, like, I just don't think Breachload's good for, like, anything. Small Liberty Rage on hit. You just get it from your gloves and on strength stack. Damn, the wand sucks.
without being sent. Everything's playable. Yeah, but like, why? You just got gloves chilling. This is ruse. Yeah, but I mean, Merc League is Merc League. It's like impossible to port these builds over easily because they have like disgusting party mechanics often. The Wrath Pith. Oh, Sin? Yeah, I mean, like, in-game softcore trade is always original sin with the wand implicit. And mill average damage. This is softcore trade strength stack wonder during Merc League. Look at all the orange here. All that, and it's barely tankier than a slammer. Yeah, that's what I figured it would be. Unrelenting. 7 of their range charges. Yeah, I mean the Merc is just lucky damage here, and like big haste. Doesn't seem like he had a big Merc in this one. Yeah, there's not much to be learned from software trade PvPs. Which is why we do software self-found, typically. This fucker had a strength dominant by destiny, oh my god. On Scion. 4.4 mil on the Inquisitor. The toe's a big loss. The thing is, lucky damage comes from a hand graft, so you can still get that a little bit. It's not as reliable as toe was, but Inquisitor. That feels so low value. Consecrated Ground, some crit chance. I don't really like this chest. I could do smooth speed, affects your spell mitigation. That is some pathing. Got triple 12 passive jewels, strength attribute effect. Yeah, triple jewels, but they're like 3 passives, not even 4 mods on any of them. And this one's a fucking wand one instead of a. Oh, I think he needs mana leech maybe from that. No, the Judgment 700 got any Merc. Well, these are all replica Alberons. These are all chaos. Strange Stack Wonders. I just felt like unstoppable. Oh yeah. Like if I'm playing strength stack Wander, I definitely want it to be on a jug. I just wish there was a Bloodline that had two like standout, like exceptional choices. Errol's close, but it's just like this gives you everything the cats give you. So you don't get that much value from it. Get Tiger, and then like you probably just still do this one. I don't know. But like I'd rather just not fuck this winter if I could. It's just like inflicting sucks. They all suck. The left one. What are you doing with the minions? Left Spectre? Oh. I just figure if you're strength stacking, you already are guaranteed chilling on accuracy. So it's just like a little bit of crit and crit stuff. Crit stuff's nice. Extra speed. Oh shit! Right, I forgot to keep scaling. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. This only gives you flat. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, so Bloodline. Solved. Happy. As long as the minion lives. But if you use the turtle, I think it'll live. I genuinely have no clue how to even start Gibby a jug strength deck though. I get the charges. What charges? Endurance charges? I don't know. Or ring suffix. This kind of makes sense. Like, I think they're all doing something kind of like this, pathing wise. Let's see. Are these builds even crit? Okay, they are. Damn, that's a low level character. Already seen that one. Oh, hell yeah. The Scion version. Alright, it's like softcore trade, but then like I love that 55% have Mage Blood. Non-Mage Blood. Only on Jug. Still Nimbus and headed there. God bless, God bless. So bottom pathing out. It's like rush triple clusters. Where's all the crit chance coming from? Diamond Shrine? Just like, fuck it, I'll just get it from... Yeah, I think that's what I would do as well, right? The Warlord helmet. 1% crit for pretend strength. I assume that's how you actually get your crit. That gives you... I mean, it's actually not that much. Probably 200% increase. I mean, it's a lot, but... All these fuckers and they're bound by destinies. Yo, his are shiny, his are green. If we do the double ferrule, yeah.
Double feral plus power charges, and you're mostly done with crit. Need more Grace the Goddess slander. Fuck Grace the Goddess for one simple reason. Sacred Wisps are dog shit. They're trash, and they suck. They only work in PoE. Amen. Yeah, that looks so funny. Bottom pathing Marauder, and then instead of taking this Ent node, it's like, nope. I know it's for some personalities down here, but it's just funny. Let's get some recovery on block shenanigans. Like, if you do play Iron Fortress, you get like you do get block capped for attack block. Then if you're playing these like no suppression setups with unlucky spell block, so you just skip spell block, like you're fucked. You are booked. Oh, is this the versatile combatant? Because you're so far past the normalizing rune. But doesn't that mean you can't use lucky damage from the arm graft? Fuck the arm graft. Lucky is so good. Actually, Wishes of Infinity Trickster is the best wander after week 1. Maybe. Maybe. But yeah, I've pretty much never seen a strength stack PoE that actually has defense in the history of this game, like ever. Except the Zenith characters. Like the Wanding builds. Like strength stack Wanderer has like never once had defensive potential. Whereas Int stack, you know, can actually get 20,000 ES. Yeah, to the one I said accept. Yeah. The Zenith can get there. Alright, where's the Int stack? How do I search for Int stack? That I Int stack last week in Hardcore Trade. Let's see it. Were you playing solo or playing Where are the two characters? What's going on here? What happened? Died to respawning Legion. Yeah, this is like kind of what I would want to do on my eventual character, except I would want it to be suppression cap probably, and not be a like fuck Nemesis. But like Deadeye Int stack is like the version of wanding that I'd want to do if I was gonna play Wander. But it's not remotely close to League Survival in hardcore, I don't think. Unless Wall of Force is just fucking cracked. And maybe it is. I don't think it is. Look at the KR nerf. Bro, KR was never gonna be good no matter what. What's the last note on Deadeye? Ricochet? Like, I was thinking you could maybe, if you're playing life-based, you could maybe do with Schizo. The problem is, like, you just can't get Schizo. It comes from Sim, so... Unless it's, like, Wave 10 Sim, like, Schizo is not happening on ship builds. Also, this character's DPS is like... Oh, I guess it's not filled out. That doesn't cap at 10. Let's see it. What are we missing pad-wise? That's a fucking searching Agile, goddamn. Minus for lightning res. Yeah, I guess it was from last league, so it's missing all of the configs from those things. And then it's gonna like fully skip pen because it didn't need it last league. A nice little simple clean tree. Path around the outside, get some ES, get some int, spec some jewels, put in some jewels, have a good time. I love that like every head of their crit build just never crit caps. Because like you're just always gonna have always crits from that, so you're like fuck it. Bug it. Probably with that much int. Grabbing Sunplex. It's only 2 clusters. Double for Jug getting hyped up for a bit. I mean, it's good in softcore, probably for softcore Jug strength stackers. Gear wasn't close to perfect, yeah. I mean, it's got some pretty good stuff, but. Why does it have so much evasion? Is that just grace in the shield and nothing else? Oh, flask too, right? Yeah, flask too. Instead as well. And master it, yeah. That's one thing we love about end stackers. You just get free like infinite evasion as well. You just get like a massive evasion ES barrier. And then you just pad up your defense with suppression for spells and then you're good. Oh my god, this unethical forbidden jewel user. I don't think it's even that good, but still unethical. Maybe for the extra splits, if you get there on curse effects, which I assume you do with its age reflection. That's the whole reason, probably. Do I know yet? I don't know shit. I don't know shit. A good shield. It's a solid shield. We don't hate it. Yeah, it's pretty realistic here. Except like we change the ring, change the belt, maybe put on a rare shield with just like spell damage, ES, end kind of thing. With suppression crafted there. Probably, I don't know where the rest of the suppression comes from to fix that fully, but you can get a little more here and there. Some different jewel things instead of forbidden. Let me just change this number here to, I'll just add modifier. Suppression. Like, what if we just pretended that we just were capped? Damn, those numbers are still low. Because I have pens on it now. 0 double dam. Oh yeah, I mean, this is no pen currently as well. Like, this is DPS pretending you have a merc, right? Well, this is how I would want to wand. But I think it's still, pretty fucking squishy. At least to certain things. It's a lot of unreserved mana. Flesh and Stone. Or haste. That one's part of it though. Into the 30k ES. It is kind of nice to run around with 30k ES, block cap, 90 res, full block, push and stone, arctic armor, fortify. I don't think I'll ever create a character as strong as the Smiter from last league. More than LS champ? Oh yeah. Oh, by a mile. Probably like 20 times tankier. A little more dam. Calls with trickster time. There, nerfed that one to 10%. Yeah, I mean, Crucible SSC, they're pretty sick. Is that what it is right now, Connor? On the website? It says 143 of both. 162 now on the second one. Unchanged. This is what I thought it was before. For 143. If that's the whole change of backloading it, it's not as big of a deal. I just don't think it's going to I just don't think it's gonna have the kind of overlaps that people expect. Susk was with me today. Why are you watching? Why are you spying? Caught. Naughty little kitty. Going where you shouldn't be. Going where you ain't welcome. This is a dog stream. Man, fuck. Yeah, I can. This isn't. It's not done, but you can yoink it if you want to fuck around with. But it's very much not done in its current state. Oh, he's a cute kitty. He's a cute kitty. Saw Reaver baited. Yeah, I don't know what skill you should use to ignite with, but Reaver seemed decent. Shatter's only with slam skill? No, ground slam's real as well. Or Shatter's the best hit based on that pretty good bit. Sunder's really good in the campaign. Ground slam earthbreaking is like okay, but yeah. When it comes to DPS later on. For hit based. For bleed it looks pretty good. Alright. Well, I'm sad. I really wish we got the gym info today so I could see, like, all the final things. The wall scaling. I guess we'll find out on the last day. The last day before league start. Hopefully. Last day as usual. So it seems. That's just the new normal now. You learn everything when the fucking data mine hits from the pre-download.